Happy Friday, everyone. I'm Jen Sanasie here with Paul Hastings' partner, Renato Mariotti. We join you every other week right here on CoinDesk's socials and CoinDesk.com to bring you the latest and greatest in crypto policy and regulation. Today's show is a little bit different. We are pre-gaming the SEC Roundtable. That's going to start in about 45 minutes, called Between a Block and a Hard Place. Renato, how's it going? You getting amped up for this roundtable?
I'm excited. As you know, Jen, I was not impressed with the roundtable number one.
I do know.
I thought that it was a missed opportunity, and I'm interested to see what happens this round. I think, Commissioner Peirce has listened to feedback. We've got a different group here. I think some really, heavy hitters on this roundtable this time. I'm interested to hear what everyone has to say.
Yeah, and I just want to remind our audience, the roundtable kind of brings together titans of industry, leaders from different firms, different law practices to come together and discuss some of these hard-hitting topics, some of these topics that have kind of been murky over the past years when it comes to crypto regulation. And from this, we hope to get some action from the SEC and the crypto task force that Commissioner Peirce is heading up. And I think this is the perfect time to welcome in our first guest, CoinDesk Managing Editor of Global Policy and Regulation, Nick Day. I love to have Nick Day on the show, but he is a very busy man. Nick, welcome.
Hey, how's it going?
We're just doing spiffy. We're getting ready for this SEC roundtable. You heard Renato give us a little preview into the op-ed he wrote for CoinDesk on the last SEC roundtable. Curious to hear, Nick, your thoughts, what you're expecting to see today, and maybe your reflections on the last one.
Yeah, so actually one of the things that I don't know if it's happening, but Paul Atkins was just confirmed as the new SEC chair this week. So I'm curious to see if he'll make an appearance, and if so, will he say anything about crypto? Obviously he's said a lot in his prior life. He has not said anything about crypto during the confirmation process, so or anything about anything. So curious to see if he makes an appearance today. I'm also as Renato was saying, curious about what the speakers at the actual panel say. This first roundtable about 2 weeks ago was very technical, got into a lot of details. This one I think is specific to crypto trading, so given all the lawsuits that have been pulled in the last 2 months, I'm curious where panelists land up.
Yeah, Nick, look, we had some crypto trading firms that actually, like Cumberland and so on, that were on the receiving end of lawsuits from the SEC in the last administration. I think there's an open question about how crypto trading is going to be regulated. And of course, whether the regulation is going to be at the federal level or the state level, because there are states that are already out there with legislation and regulation that purports to regulate crypto trading. What sort of proposals are you looking for, or you think we might hear about regarding how crypto trading should be regulated and at what level?
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, on the legislative front, we've been obviously watching to see if we get a market structure bill through Congress this year or in the coming months. I think the White House and members of Congress have both set themselves a deadline of before the August recess, which is,
to be honest,
months away, but coming up quickly. So we'll see if they are able to meet it. From the SEC front, I'm really curious to see if they're able to actually come up with a definition of, what a security is as far as crypto goes. I know that's been kind of like the fundamental question for the last however many years now. We've been talking about this, since the last Trump administration.
So I just don't.
But especially in light of the fact that the SEC did withdraw from all these cases with prejudice, meaning they can't bring the same cases again, as you know. I'm curious if they're going to try and, come up with a definition that explicitly says all these tokens that we've seen are not securities, or if you're going to try and do something more general, one size fits all kind of definition that companies can actually use, and not just go by, oh well, according to our lawyers' best interpretations we think XYZ. Will to be able to say, yes, we can say this, we know for sure.
Nick, I got to ask you, this came out of some of your reporting. There's a new SEC statement that says that crypto companies that are issuing or dealing with tokens that might be securities should provide detailed disclosures to the SEC. Previously engaging with the SEC was really hard. And from, me talking to a bunch of crypto companies, making these kinds of disclosures became kind of a scary thing because you weren't sure if you were going to get sued by the SEC after you provided the information that was requested. Is this the kind of thing that we can expect to come out of the roundtables, and what might we see next?
So the statement and all the SEC staff statements that we've seen, which now include, the one on meme coins, the one on stable coins, the part for me that I feel like people are not paying enough attention to is there's a footnote on each and every single one saying this is a staff interpretation. It has no legal effect. It does not have the effect of law or force of law. So I think it's useful as far as, showing us what the staff thinking is. And, Renato, maybe you can say more about this as, practicing lawyer, but it's helpful in the sense of, okay, here's everything that's happened or that the SEC has seen so far. And again, last night's statement was very clear to say these are observations that the SEC has made in the course of interacting with crypto companies. It's not, here's what you should do. It's here's what we've seen other companies do. So I think it is interesting from that perspective. I think the idea with these roundtables is eventually there will be some kind of more formal regulatory process where commissioners will go through the rulemaking process. We'll get the notice and comment period and everything, and what we get at the end of that will have a bit more of a legally binding effect, something that companies can kind of more comfortably rely on than just, here's what the staff statement says as of April, whatever today is, 11th, 2025.
Really interesting point you make, Nick. A lot of the way that average people, I think about how the law works is they think that there's some book or somewhere where they're all listed, which is to an extent true, and then you just follow those one way or the other. And practically speaking, a lot of times what it is about managing risk. And having those staff statements helps because at least gives you an indication of where the SEC is at, something you can point to if they get mad at you later. But I think part of what you are really referring to here and what you are focused on is, the permanence of this, right? Because if the staff thinks one thing one day and they say it's not binding, they could think something else on May 11th or in June 11th. And that, I think, is really what's at stake for the industry. We don't know exactly whether that market structure bill you talk about is going to get passed this year or next year. And we don't know when we're going to have a regulatory framework that's promulgated by the SEC either, right? So still a lot up in the air for the industry.
Yeah, exactly.
Nick, I know you got to leave us in just a few moments, and I do want to hit some news that we've not yet been able to talk about. And that was the first crypto executive order that was signed last night by President Trump. This had to do with the IRS broker rule. Just give us a really quick update on what happened there and the significance of this, if there is one.
Yeah, so this is actually the joint resolution from the House and Senate disapproving the IRS's DeFi broker rule. And it's significant because this is the first actual kind of bill that the president has signed. It's not an executive order. It's gone through both the House and Senate. And so symbolically, I think it's significant. This is the first bill that U.S. President Donald Trump has signed about crypto. And the way Congress is going, it looks to be the first of several bills. But also, it is something that was wildly unpopular within the industry. It was finalized, this broker rule was finalized in the closing days of the Joe Biden presidency. So I think it's definitely helpful for the industry, but also I think it's also just something the industry really wanted and can be happy with as kind of a, early legislative victory.
All right, Nick, thank you for correcting me there. And I will correct myself. Bill, not executive order. Nick, we're going to let you get out of here. Thanks so much for joining the show. And we hope you join us again sometime soon.
I will see you next time.
All right, that was CoinDesk managing editor of global policy and regulation, Nick Day. All right, Renato, we are gearing up for the SEC Roundtable. That's starting at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. For folks who are joining us live on Coindesk.com and Coindesk's socials, feel free to put your questions about the Roundtable right below this video. Feel free to engage with us. Put your comments there. We will read them throughout the show and get to your questions. We have a few guests coming up, but Renato, I want to kick this back to you and talk about some of the significance of both bills getting passed and these SEC roundtables happening. A conversation we were having before the show, and something that I've been pondering a lot about is, there's been a lot of change when it comes to regulation and policy in this industry. We have this administration for 4 years. What happens in 4 years if we get a new president who looks at things differently and we start taking steps backwards? Is that a valid concern?
Absolutely. Absolutely. You have to think ahead because, back in, for example, let's say 2016, 2017, 2018, I don't think that the industry anticipated Gary Gensler and his war on crypto. So you have to be thinking ahead if you're planning a business and making investments and so on. So, we talked a moment ago with Nick about the different layers, different levels really of certainty that you can have regarding what regulatory or what a regulatory framework could be. And perhaps the greatest level of certainty is actually having Congress pass a bill and have the president sign it into law, which we all back when we were kids, you'd have Schoolhouse Rock teaching you about how a bill becomes a law. Well, if that actually happens, that'll create a lot of certainty, because then the next president, whoever that might be, would have to get both houses of Congress and and himself all together to try to overturn that. It's very difficult to do. Here's the problem. Here's what I'm hearing. What I'm hearing is that it may not happen this year. We've talked about Fit 21 before, and Lord Smith's in the comments now asking, when are we going to get market structure? That market structure bill, which Fit 21, people expected that to happen right away. I was watching CoinDesk when Senator Scott came out and said 100 days to get this done. Well, it's getting close. I don't think that's going to happen. I think it's a safe prediction that's not going to happen. And it's what I'm hearing is it may not happen in 2025, depending on whether there's a recession and other events. If that doesn't happen before the election and the Democrats win a House majority in the next election, it may not happen. If that doesn't happen, then these crypto roundtables are going to be awfully important, because all you're going to get is an SEC regulatory framework, which a new administration in the future could change. And so that is really important. And I think the industry needs to be paying closer attention to the status of that bill, because there's a big difference between a regulation that's promulgated by an agency and a bill that's signed into law by the president.
This market structure bill, Lord Smith, like you mentioned, said when market structure in the comments, is something we've been talking about for a really long time, right? I had a conversation with Patrick McHenry earlier this year, and he reminded me that things move very slowly in government, despite what we're seeing, despite these quick actions we're seeing happening since the new president has taken office. Things move slowly in government. And so, Renato, I really appreciate you bringing that up, that this is something that might not even happen this year and could have long-lasting effects on the industry.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, we've had, since the administration has, come into power and taken over, there's been a lot that's happened that's, easy for government to put together. There was that, for example, not only crypto roundtable, but of course we had like a crypto summit, which was, at the White House on, I think, in March 7th. We've had, we now have other bills that are getting introduced that, things like, for example, the Financial Technology Protection Act, which is more or less just studying issues and having people talking to each other, but actually getting things done that are going to impact the industry in a real way, like creating new regulatory frameworks, empowering regulation by, certain, regulators and so forth. That's hard to get done. And I think everyone's starting to realize that as we dig into this. And so I think the industry needs to get into the weeds, particularly if you're somebody who's making investments, building a company and trying to make decisions about your company's future based on what Congress is going to do, you really need to be paying close attention. Don't assume that just because a president's been elected who's pro crypto that means that you're going to get ultimately laws and regulations for the long run that are going to be something you can reliably build your business around.
Now, for our audience who's just joining us, we are gearing up to watch the SEC Roundtable. You see it on the ticker at the bottom of the screen there. It's starting at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, and we were just joined by CoinDesk's Global Managing Editor for Policy and Regulation, and he brought up the fact that Paul Atkins has now been confirmed to take over as SEC Chair. Renato, you and I have talked a lot about Acting Chair Mark Ueda and his stance on the industry. He really has championed the industry with Commissioner Peirce over the last few years. With Atkins coming into this position, do we expect to see could there be any drastic change? Could he come in and say, actually, I think differently about X, Y, and Z, or will he come in, take over as chair, and things will continue as they have been happening?
I think he has the opportunity to be one of the most influential, important chairs in the history of the SEC. I mean, he's coming in at a time when reportedly 15% to 20% of the SEC staff has left over the last few months. There's been dramatic reorganizations within the SEC. There's been talk of SEC field offices closing. And there's totally new priorities from this administration. In some cases, particularly in the case of digital assets, what we're talking about here today, 180-degree turn by the SEC with major cases being resolved, new regulatory frameworks being considered, and so on. He has the opportunity to go out there and show some leadership and really move things forward and drive things forward, which will be particularly important if we don't get that bill passed. So from my perspective, there's a lot to watch here. Obviously, as you pointed out and Nick pointed out, not a lot was said during the hearings. But now that he's the chair, I think everyone's going to be watching to see whether he's present, as Nick indicated. Will he be there? Will he say anything? And if not, when will he engage for the first time with the crypto industry? What is he going to say? Because I think ultimately the leadership is set from the top. And Commissioner Peirce, well, of course, we love her. She's a friend of our
Crypto Mom.
Yeah, she's a friend of the program here, of our show. But ultimately, at the end of the day, she's just one commissioner. And he is empowered to direct the staff to undertake various activities.
I want to zoom out a little bit here, right? Because here at CoinDesk, we report on the industry. And so the SEC stance on crypto is very important to us. These roundtables are an initiative of the Crypto Task Force that is led by Commissioner Peirce. But in the grand scheme of things, Renato, with Paul Atkins coming in now, how important is crypto to the SEC on the list of different things that they cover?
So it's not important as an enforcement priority. In fact, they've been going out of their way to make clear that there's various parts of this space that they're not going to be taking action on at all. Like, for example, meme coins, not regulated by the SEC. Stable coins are not going to be regulated, it looks like, by either the states or OCC, depending on the size of the stable coin. But they are very important in terms of where the SEC's focus is in terms of policy statement. And I think that's what's interesting here. I mean, you're seeing the initial roundtables from the SEC are about crypto. I mean, it's not like the SEC has got broker dealer roundtables or accounting firm roundtables. They're focused on crypto. That's where the attention of the SEC is, because it's a priority of the administration more generally. And so that's why this is an interesting and exciting time. It's why all of us are tuned in and watching this roundtable today.
Now, we talked about the need for bills and why that's important when we have changing governments, people with different opinions on how things should be run. We talked a little bit about your op-ed on the last roundtable and what we hope to come out of these. But from your perspective, as someone who talks a lot to the leading companies in this industry, you talk a lot to the regulators and policymakers who are thinking about how to create laws around this industry. What would you say the priority is after these roundtables are said and done? What are the priorities? What needs to happen?
So first of all, I think the big question is there going to be a legislative framework or not? If there's going to be a legislative framework, then that should answer the question of what a security is that we were talking about earlier in a lot of these questions. And it'll be whatever that new bill says, right? Whatever that law says. But then the focus has to be, how are these agencies going to work together to implement that law? It's going to probably take a year or so to get into effect. And the question is going to be, are there regulations that need to be promulgated to give some meat on the bones? And how, as a practical matter, are those agencies going to work together to do it? The SEC and CFTC, which traditionally don't always work hand in glove. They sometimes will have some rivalry going on, for example. But then, if that doesn't occur, let's just say that it doesn't happen, then the SEC in particular is going to have to figure out, well, how are we going to replace that legislative framework with our own regulatory ideas, and how are we going to work with these other agencies to kind of split up, responsibility for regulating the space? So I think it's something that people are engaged on, but I think perhaps there's almost a bit of complacency, like, hey, we've won. And I think to some degree, the industry may be spiking the ball in the 20-yard line, so to speak, where you've driven down the field and you think you're about to score, but you just quite haven't hit the end zone yet.
I spoke to Senator Lummis. She's known as the Bitcoin senator recently, and it's a little shameless self-promotion here. The interview is coming out on Tuesday. But I asked her about how she is thinking about I've lost my thought now, Renato. I've lost the thought about where I was going with this. I will come back to that in just a second.
No, but she's great. Look, she's fantastic. She's driving this forward. What I've heard from the senators, though, is that it's maybe not going to happen this year. It may happen next year. What I worry about is there's election season. If we're in a recession and the control of the House is up for grabs, who knows where that's going to be? I think we also have to watch what's happening with the states. We're seeing a lot of state activity. Big new crypto bill. It looks like it's ready for passage in Illinois. That's going to be kind of like a bit license on steroids. We've obviously, you and I have talked about the recent battle that Kalshi's had in Nevada. There was a big resolution that a big broker dealer had in that's well known in New York DFS, $200 million resolution the last couple of weeks. So it'll be interesting to see where the action is, because if ultimately the federal government doesn't get its crap together and doesn't get things moving, in the meantime, other actors will fill in the void.
Mm-hmm.
And I think everyone in the space is going to have to figure out, if we don't have a law in place, if we don't have regulations in place, how do you stay compliant with the laws in the meantime? How do you make sure you don't run afoul of a law that hasn't been created yet? And I think it's a question in the minds of a lot of companies right now in the space.
I wish that thought would come back to me, because it was such a good point. Hopefully it will come back before we get to the roundtable at 1 p.m. And the last question I will ask you, Renato, before we bring our next guest in, is, the Howey test has been at the center of defining what a security is for almost 100 years now. This came out of a Supreme Court decision, and it is something that has not changed in almost 100 years. We're now talking about redefining what a security is. That sounds like a daunting task. Is it as daunting as it sounds?
I don't think so. My view is the Howey test is some test from, I think, the 1940s, some Supreme Court case about citrus groves. I mean, it's really not well suited to digital assets. And I also think that we should just be honest and say that digital assets aren't neatly a security or a commodity, and there's something new and different. And so I think we just, to me, we should just sidestep that question altogether. And just, there's this famous analogy in history of the Gordian knot, where there's this knot that couldn't be untied. Whoever would untie it would be like master of Asia. I think Alexander the Great just slashed it with a sword. And I think let's just slash through that question with our sword here and basically say, let's have a new law that says what the SEC is going to regulate, that says what the CFTC is going to regulate. And you can call it whatever you want. But if we know that, for example, that tokens that have certain features are regulated by the SEC, tokens that have different features are regulated by the CFTC, stablecoins are regulated by the OCC, that resolves the problem, and we can spend less time debating these sort of philosophical questions and more time building and creating companies and investing and doing all the things that everyone who watches CoinDesk wants to do.
I remember the thought that I lost.
Oh.
Okay. So I asked Lummis about this issue needing to be something that is supported by both parties, right? A bipartisan issue. In the last few months, what I said to her was it really seems like some of that bipartisanship, for reasons that are outside of crypto, has been fractured. She said to me that, when it comes to crypto, not everyone, but many people are still on the same page. This is still something that is supported by both parties. I'm curious what your thoughts are there from the conversations that you've been having. Given this fracture we've seen between the two parties in the last couple of months, do you think that could bleed into crypto and affect, bills getting passed or some of these things moving forward?
I don't actually. I think we're going to see. I don't think that sort of acrimony. I mean, obviously the parties are always going to be at each other's throats. There's only one winner or loser in an election. But I think in crypto, I think the Democrats realized that they made an error. They made an error by putting Gensler there and giving him free reign to attack this industry. I think they realized that the industry has poured a lot of resources to defeating Democrats, and you're seeing bipartisan support, for example, for the new stablecoin bill that is going to be coming out this year, and so on. So I think that that era is dead. That's good, but Congress still has priorities, and ultimately, their number one priority is getting reelected. So my concern is that if crypto falls on the list of priorities, if we have a recession, and there are more pressing issues that members of Congress need to be focused on, does that mean that crypto falls down the priority list, and thus the industry still doesn't have the certainty that it really craves?
I was one of the people who, when Gary Gensler was coming in and there was that debate, is this going to be good or bad for the industry? I said, he taught crypto at MIT. How could this be bad? He maybe understands it more than some of the other candidates. And I was so, actually, I still think he did understand the space, but I was wrong.
There's been a lot of debate, Jen, about what exactly his motivations were. I've actually been on panels with big leaders from this industry, private settings, where there's been a huge debate about when and what his motivations were. I don't know if we'll ever fully know exactly what he was thinking when he decided to do this. It's something that there'll probably be books written about, because I think it was a historic era for this industry that had an impact on American history, because I think it contributed to the election of the current president. But I think from a going forward perspective, what it's really done is it's united both parties behind new certainty, a new agenda. But I think it's up to this industry to engage with members of Congress, engage with the administration, and ultimately put forward plans and proposals that are reasonable and sensible. What we don't want is to have uncertainty and a wild west over the next few years that then spurs a new administration and a new Congress, perhaps in 2026 or 2028, that comes in to suddenly kind of turn the tables and swing it back in a different direction, because we didn't seize the opportunity now to create a reasonable framework that you can build around for the future.
I hate to say this because it's so cliche, but I think that everything you're saying highlights just how young this industry is. And we really are just at the infancy of figuring this all out. And when you operate in the industry day to day, sometimes it's really easy to forget that there is so much that still needs to be figured out. Even though it feels like we're taking leaps ahead, there are all of these intricacies, not only when it comes to how things work in the United States, but it's, how things work cross border, how things work federally versus at the state level. And so, like you and I have said so many times, there's a lot for us to talk about and unpack as the show continues on.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think, there's ultimately going to be uncertainty for years to come, because when you have a new legislation that comes out, you're still going to have to figure out how the different regulators implement that legislation. There's going to be regulations. There's going to be battles between the federal government and the states about the extent of what's called preemption, the extent to which the federal government is displacing the state authority over certain areas. So there's going to be a lot to unpack. It reminds me, when I was in law school, the internet was a thing, and it was like, whoa, we have cyber law. What is internet law? That sort of thing, and it was fascinating. Of course, there's just tons and tons of issues that had to be worked out regarding how government is going to regulate online activity, and I think this is similar. It's going to reshape our financial services, and thus, we are going to have all sorts of new laws, new regulations, and that's going to give you and me a lot to talk about.
All right. So if you are just joining us, we are 10 minutes away from the SEC Roundtable. It's called Between a Block and a Hard Place. If you need a reminder, it's part of the SEC Crypto Task Force's series discussing crypto regulation. We're going to hear from Acting Commissioner Mark Ueda. We're going to hear from Commissioners Crenshaw and Purse. And then we're going to hear a panel that features many people from the industry. I believe Uniswap is represented there. Coinbase is represented there. It's going to start at 1 p.m. right after Renato and I are done talking. You are unfortunately stuck with the two of us, which I think is super fun because our guests were having some technical difficulties. But Renato, it's always a great hearing your insights, because you do have conversations with almost all the stakeholders who are kind of key to progressing us forward.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're watching this and you want to have a conversation, reach out. I mean, I think you mentioned Uniswap being represented. That, of course, Catherine Menarek, who I've known for many years, who she's representing Uniswap, but it's also worth noting that she was the number 2 person at Coinbase throughout the whole war on crypto, and was really part of the fight that Coinbase was engaged in. We've had Paul Grewal on our show. In that battle with the SEC, that was very, very high stakes, a very aggressive strategy by Coinbase to publicize the fact that they had received a Wells notice and they were going to, be sued by the SEC. So I think that perspective is useful. And, I will just say, there are a lot of, trading firms and others who trade crypto who are really paying a close attention to this. I think that's going to be a lot of the focus today, Jen. And really, there's a lot of traditional, I've represented over the years a lot of trading firms that trade all sorts of traditional financial instruments, trade things like, futures and options and equities and so on, who are now like, okay, we want to trade crypto. Some of them have been, like, I mentioned Cumberland a moment ago because Cumberland was famously targeted by the SEC. But those trading firms want to understand, if I'm trading with counterparties and I'm exchanging crypto, am I subject to some big regulatory regime? Are people who are watching our show now who have wallets and they're trying to trade their crypto on Coinbase or some exchange? Are they in a situation where they're suddenly going to be facing potential enforcement? So how is that regulated? And I think that's a huge topic that's going to be discussed today. And we may also see a discussion today about what obligations that exchanges have, what obligations folks who are trading on behalf of others have to disclosure obligations and others. So I think there's going to be a lot that's going to be discussed today.
Reduce that even further down for me. What are you looking to hear? And I ask you that because I think people might be watching us right now. They're going to watch the stream in 6 minutes from now, and they're going to think, wow, this is really long. I don't have a legal background, and maybe it's kind of boring. But what should they be listening out for that indicates the conversation is one that can move us forward?
I think what I'm listening for are concrete proposals regarding exactly what regulations the SEC should adopt. How should this space be regulated going forward? And that is why I said, for example, when we were, before or after the last roundtable, there wasn't enough of that. There's a lot of discussion about, what's a security or not. It's like it's fascinating for like a university discussion. But ultimately, what people in this room care about, or that room, people who are watching this show care about, is what's going to happen and what should happen and what should the SEC do and what should Congress do. Ultimately, I think that's really what everyone's going to be listening out for. What sorts of regulations should the SEC promulgate? Should the SEC be the lead regulator in this space? I imagine the answer is yes. I don't seem like the SEC is doing all of this to want to put themselves in the center of all of it, which is understandable. But I think there are other pieces of this pie that are going to be regulated by other agencies or regulated by the states. So I think that's what we need to be listening for. And folks who are in the audience, if you are ultimately doing business in this space, you need to care. You need to try to read the tea leaves here, because ultimately business decisions you make need to be informed by what the law is going to be, what the regulations are going to be, and if there isn't going to be clarity, that can impact your business just as much.
And now I'm just asking for your straight opinion here. But should the CFTC have a seat at the table when it comes to these roundtables that we're having? You just mentioned, the SEC vying to possibly be the top regulator in the space. Should other regulators be included in these conversations to make them more robust?
Yeah, we've talked a few times about the piece that I wrote for CoinDesk right after the last roundtable. That was something I mentioned. I thought it was very notable. I watched that entire roundtable, and the word CFTC was never uttered by anyone there the entire time. No one from the CFTC was invited to be there. It was bizarre from my perspective. We have a new legislative framework. If FIT 21 passes, which members of Congress claim it will, well, then the CFTC is going to have a very big piece of this. If not, whether it's bigger than the SEC's or not is a matter of debate, but it'll be very substantial. And these agencies are going to have to work together. So why wouldn't this be a joint task force? Why wouldn't this be a joint roundtable? Why wouldn't the CFTC at least be present or have some seat at the table? It strikes me, just generally in terms of as a project, it's the SEC basically saying we want to turn back the clock to 2020 or 2021, when everyone trusted the SEC and was looking for the SEC to be the ones to take the leadership. We want to do that now. And I don't think that's where the industry's at. I think the industry doesn't trust the SEC after what Gensler did. They're looking to have others be the regulator in this space. They prefer the CFTC, candidly. And so, if anything, there's going to be a shared responsibility. But, it's also possible, Jen, that the legislation falls apart, that Congress doesn't get it done, get it across the finish line, and then we're all going to be looking to what the SEC does. So very interesting. I wish I had more certainty to give everyone. I don't, because predicting what politicians are going to do is not an exact science. Let's put it that way.
So I want to come back to the SEC versus CFTC thing. If there is a little bit of competitiveness between these two agencies, if maybe they are not able to work together, what does that mean for the industry?
It's not good because ultimately it provides uncertainty and means that you're not going to ultimately have the guidance that you need to make business decisions. Now, the industry prefers the CFTC. The CFTC's, got a new chair that'll be coming in, a new nominee, who we assume is going to be confirmed, but that might take, I think the Ag Committee is going to be talking to him the next week or two, but it's going to take, let's say a month for him or more for him to be confirmed. But ultimately, the question is, if you have two different agencies, if the lines aren't clear, if you don't know who your regulator is, that's a problem. And I think it's also going to be bad, Jen, if you end up having some uncertainty where you can essentially try to create your token one way or another to get regulated by whichever agency you prefer. It's going to create a lot of problems, and it's better if everyone just understands the system. It's laid out in advance, and everyone knows who the regulator is, and it doesn't matter that much because they both work together so well anyway. But whether that actually happens, I don't know.
Other than, I guess, Gensler's legacy, why does the industry prefer the CFTC?
Well, The CFTC is a fraction of the size of the SEC.
Mhm.
So if you want to have, if you're like, look, if you're trying to get into a club, and you're concerned, you're like, which bouncer do you want? Maybe you want the smaller bouncer. But in all joking aside, they have, CFTC has fewer resources. They tend to be a principles-based approach rather than very strict rules that are prescriptive. And so they tend to be less aggressive. They tend to be more collaborative. And because they have fewer resources, they're going to be going after people less than the SEC does. And so the industry would prefer to have a kinder, gentler regulator. And the White House and in Congress right now are very responsive to this industry. And really the question is, will the industry get that done while they have the opportunity? If they don't, they're going to get the SEC. And then the question is going to be, what will those regulations look like? And more importantly, what will they look like in 2027 or 2029 when you have potentially new seats at the table when it comes to governance?
All right, it is 1:00, Renato, the time that we have been counting down to. The SEC roundtable between a block and a hard place is just about to take place. Let me remind our audience what we're going to see here. We're going to hear opening remarks from Acting Chairman Mark Ueda, Commissioners Carolyn Crenshaw and Hester Peirce, and from Richard Gabbert, who's the Senior Advisor to the Acting Chairman. After that, we will begin the panel, which will be moderated by partner at Goodwin Proctor LLP, Nicholas Lo-Cerdo. Renato, as always, it has been a pleasure. I know that we're both going to be watching this very closely, so I look forward to us unpacking our thoughts on the next one.
Absolutely. Always a pleasure. A lot to talk about. So continue to give feedback to me and Jen. We're always looking for your comments as we plan these shows going forward.
Yep. Thanks so much to our audience for watching. We hope you enjoy the roundtable that's going to take place now, and we will catch you next time.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take a seat as we are about to begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Richard Gabbert, and I'm the Chief of Staff of the Crypto Task Force. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to the second of 5 roundtables in the Security and Exchange Commission's spring sprint toward crypto clarity, between a block and a hard place, tailoring regulation for crypto trading. 3 weeks ago, at the first of our roundtables, we had the opportunity to hear a lively discussion of how we should think about the definition of security in evaluating the status of a particular crypto asset. Today, we turn our attention to how these assets are currently traded, how or whether the Commission should regulate crypto trading platforms, and what assets might be traded on trading platforms that the Commission does regulate. These are not easy questions. New technologies and new business models may not fit neatly within the Exchange Act, and as the Commission noted in its 1997 concept release on Regulation ATS, it's easy to give in to the tendency to try to discourage innovation in order to protect existing practices. But, as the Commission explained in that release, the SEC has, over its history, also sought to accommodate market innovations within the existing statutory framework to the extent possible in light of investor protection concerns without imposing regulation that would stifle or threaten the commercial viability of such innovations. In other words, it's important for the Commission, and here I'm quoting the concept release again, to cultivate an atmosphere in which innovation is welcome and possible. Fortunately, we have an incredibly qualified group of panelists and a moderator with years of experience as an Exchange Act lawyer to help us understand how the Commission might accommodate innovations in the way assets are traded. Thank you all for agreeing to participate in this discussion. I noted prior to our first roundtable that the task force has benefited from our engagement with the public, and I'm happy to report that this engagement is ongoing. The quality of written submissions is impressive, and we continue to learn from market participants willing to get into the weeds with us and talk in detail about their challenges and possible solutions. Please continue this engagement. Before I turn the podium over to our three commissioners, I'd like to remind everyone that this event is being streamed live and is being covered by multiple media outlets. Accordingly, please be aware that all remarks by Commission officials, participants, and members of our audience will be on the record. In addition, please remember that the participants in today's roundtable speak on their own behalf and that their views do not necessarily reflect the views of the Commission, the Commissioners, or members of the Commission staff. We're now ready to begin, first with recorded remarks from our Acting Chairman, Mark Ueda, followed by remarks from Commissioner Crenshaw and Commissioner Peirce. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and welcome to the Crypto Task Force's second roundtable, which is focused on crypto trading. Over 200 years ago, a group of stockbrokers gathered under a buttonwood tree to establish basic rules for the trading of securities on an organized market in New York City. Today, we are at a similar point in time in the history of markets as we gather to discuss the regulation of crypto asset trading within the United States. Early securities markets developed organically in response to supply and demand. Like the early securities markets, organized markets for crypto asset trading developed organically in response to supply and demand for the emerging asset class. The first crypto markets operated entirely out of the regulatory perimeter. A number of state agencies exercised regulatory authority over crypto markets under the view that the platforms were akin to currency exchanges and subject to money transmitter licensing laws. State regulation of crypto asset trading raises the potential for there to be a patchwork of state licensing regimes. We should consider whether there may be a more efficient method of regulation. Under an accommodating federal regulatory framework, some market participants would likely prefer to offer trading in both tokenized securities and non-security crypto assets under a single SEC license, rather than offer trading solely in non-security crypto assets under 50 different state licenses. However, the federal securities laws and regulations may present challenges for broker-dealers and national securities exchanges seeking to offer trading in tokenized securities. For example, national securities exchanges can only list registered securities, and most tokenized securities in the market today are unregistered. Additionally, compliance with Rule 611, also known as the Order Protection Rule, may not be possible with respect to customer orders for securities that trade in both tokenized and non-tokenized formats in on- and off-chain markets. Incumbent crypto asset trading platforms seeking to offer trading in tokenized securities also face unique obstacles. Unlike securities exchanges, crypto asset trading platforms are typically vertically integrated, with custody, execution, and clearing all occurring on the same platform. Blockchain technology offers the potential to execute and clear securities transactions in ways that may be more efficient and reliable than current processes. For example, blockchains can be used to manage and mobilize collateral in tokenized form to increase capital efficiency and liquidity. Additionally, decentralized finance software protocols allow users to transact on a 24/7 basis via smart contracts. The drafters of the federal securities laws did not contemplate the use of blockchains or smart contracts to perform the functions of a transfer agent, facilitate the exchange of securities, or clear securities transactions. While the Commission works to develop a long-term solution to address these issues, a time-limited, conditional exemptive relief framework for registrants and non-registrants could allow for greater innovation with blockchain technology within the United States in the near term. I encourage market participants that are developing new ways to trade securities using blockchain technology to provide input on where exemptive relief may be appropriate. Thank you to the Crypto Task Force and the panelists for your time in preparing for this roundtable. I look forward to the discussions that follow.
Good afternoon. Welcome, everyone, to the second installment of the Crypto Task Force's Roundtables. Today, we focus on crypto trading. This is a topic of particular interest to me because it wades into, as you've just heard from Chairman Ueda, into some of the practical implications, questions, challenges, and risks that impact actual investors who own, and therefore trade, crypto of all varieties. Any conversation about crypto trading quickly reveals the immense complexity and unique nature of these transactions. In thinking about these complexities, I can't help but consider them from the perspective of a retail investor. What is a retail investor's expectation for how their crypto investments move through a trading platform? What protections do they naturally assume that they have based on crypto's company's marketing and their experience with more traditional investments? Do they actually have the benefit of those protections in practice? Perhaps they should, but do they? And if they don't, how are they warned of that? In addition to investor protections, we of course have to consider how crypto trading platforms may or may not fit into our existing regulatory regime for national securities exchanges and alternative trading systems. Crypto trading platforms are unique because, among other reasons, they often perform multiple services under one roof, sometimes including brokerage, clearing, and custody. Each of these functions is vitally important to maintaining the safety and integrity of assets entrusted by investors to such entities. In traditional finance, these are typically performed by separate registered entities. That's because of the high risk of conflicts of interest and risks for investors. Because many of these entities are not registered with a regulator, not the SEC, not with the states, and not with an SRO, they often do not comply with any of the existing laws designed to minimize these risks and potential conflicts. Though the SEC has urged investors to exercise caution, in some instances we have seen some of those risks materialize in a way that has caused significant market disruption and harm to investors. After those instances, we become painfully aware of the mismatch between investors' expectations and reality. Investors didn't realize that their crypto may be held in a single wallet controlled solely by the exchange. Investors didn't realize that custodially held crypto would be treated as property of the exchange in a bankruptcy proceeding. Investors didn't realize that their investments were not covered by any FDIC or SIPC insurance. Beyond the consequences to individual investors, these ongoing risks propose a large threat to orderly functioning of the crypto markets and potentially also to the banking system and traditional finance. So where do we go from here? That's where you and the Roundtable come in. How do we approach the question of crypto exchange registration? How do on and off-chain transactions comply with broker-dealers' obligations? Best X, or customer protection rule. That's just some of them. I know there are many more that you will address today. How can we address and minimize custody risks and conflicts of interest? Together, let's explore answers to these difficult questions that can protect both investors and the markets. Thank you all for your continued participation and look forward to hearing what you have to say today.
Welcome, everyone. It's great to have you all here, watching in person or online. We're happy to have our second in a series of roundtables dedicated to discussing regulatory challenges and opportunities in the crypto asset market. I'd like to thank all the staff who are making these roundtables possible. It's a lot of work, and thanks also to the folks who have submitted responses to our requests for information, and to people who have come in to meet with the Crypto Task Force. These materials and discussions have been informative, and I hope that you'll continue to engage with us. I found the first roundtable useful in shaping my thoughts on when crypto assets implicate the securities laws. Given the expert panelists who have graciously agreed to share their time with us today, I'm confident that this discussion will be just as fruitful and engaging as the first one was. Our panelists represent a variety of institutions, including national securities exchanges, alternative trading systems, and crypto-native firms that engage in or facilitate various types of centralized and decentralized trading activities. The different perspectives will continue to contribute to an interesting conversation, but also will highlight an important feature of successful markets, the ability to pursue a wide range of business models and approaches to trading. This flexibility fosters innovation, increases competition, and ultimately benefits investors. We should keep this in mind as we consider an appropriate regulatory framework for crypto asset markets. Notwithstanding the diverse range of approaches to trading, I expect that many common issues will emerge. For example, firms are interested in offering investors the ability to engage in pairs trading or the trading of a security against a crypto asset, such as a stablecoin. SEC rules do not prohibit this activity, but given that securities historically have been quoted and settled in US dollars, certain of our rules, such as record keeping, reporting, and national market system rules, may not clearly contemplate pairs trading. Would it be helpful for us to provide guidance about how any of our rules might apply to pairs trading, or whether any rules should be modified to better accommodate or account for this type of activity? A related set of issues that I hope you'll consider are authority and jurisdictional issues. As a general matter, the SEC's authority is limited to securities activity. What can and should we do in the short term, and what should Congress consider in the longer term to ensure that there are that the regulatory gaps are filled as firms increasingly seek to combine securities and non-securities trading activity? In addition, because the SEC is just one of many federal regulators and state regulators as well that currently and in the future may play a role in crypto regulation, what concerns do you have about potentially overlapping or even conflicting regulatory regimes? In the near term, how useful would it be for the Commission using its exemptive authorities to permit limited-scale market testing by intermediaries? What would appropriate guardrails be on such testing? Participating firms could see what works and what doesn't technically and commercially, and such trials could also inform the Commission's rulemaking efforts. Finally, as daunting as the task is before us, the Commission has experience adapting a regulatory framework to new and innovative technologies and methods for trading. In 1984, for example, the Commission issued a release expressing its views on computer brokerage systems that allowed investors to send orders to brokers without the use of a telephone. In 1998, the Commission issued a statement regarding the use of the Internet to offer securities services, and Regulation ATS was a response to the development of new types of trading systems made possible by advancements in technology. What lessons can these and other examples of integrating new technology into our markets teach us? Our moderator, Nick Losurdo, and I are both fans of apple cider vinegar. ACV, as we believers call it, is supposed to be a good for whatever ails you. People clamor, especially for ACV with the mother, which is the bacterial bundle that gives ACV its probiotic punch, or at least so we believe. A close look at the tangled mess that is called the mother might scare you, but ingesting it is good. So too, the topics before our panel, we're looking at an unsightly, legal, and technical knot of issues, but the conversations among our expert panel will undoubtedly be good for us. Nick, it's all yours.
Thank you for that, and welcome. You know, it's tough when I travel. I don't actually bring a big bottle of ACV with me, so I'll probably stop by the store and get some later. But good afternoon. It's really great to see so many folks here, especially on a Friday, on a rainy day in DC. As my 4-year-old Cam would say, whenever we have a big event coming up, today's the day, and I'm really excited that today is finally the day for us to be here. Thank you for this commission and its leadership. Thank you, Commissioner Peirce, Commissioner Crenshaw, Chairman Ueda, wherever you are today, Richard Gabbert, Samira, and the rest of the Crypto Task Force. Thank you for this panel. I really appreciate everyone giving their time on a Friday. I know everyone's busy, particularly this time of year, and we're really, really lucky to have you here to share your thoughts. Before we go forward, I thought it would make sense to maybe take a step back and look back, and so bear with me on this one. October 2018, 6.5 years ago, I was actually in this room. It's my first week on the job. I was counsel to then Commissioner Elad Roisman. I was excited, I was nervous, I was giddy. It was a really awesome opportunity, and I was really excited about the job. And that week, I had the treat of actually having a 2-day roundtable here in this room covering equity market data. We got to listen to top-notch industry experts. We got to have great conversation. The dialogue that day led to important rulemaking over the course of the next few weeks and months and years rather. And without that, that rulemaking either wouldn't have happened or wouldn't have been as good as it was. It shows that these roundtables can and do work, and it's incredibly important that we have them. Now, crypto was a thing 6.5 years ago. It was a thing 6.5 months ago, and I'll say I wish we would have had a roundtable like this earlier than today. But as the saying goes, we're here today, and better late than never. Let me say a little bit about moving forward. I think it's incredibly important for this industry that we get, at a minimum, regulatory clarity on just about every topic we're going to talk about today. And for many of these, if not most of these, I'm kind of a needy person, we should be aiming for regulatory certainty so that 6.5 years from now, we are not in the position that we have been in for the past 6.5 and that we are in today. So let me tell a little bit about the roundtable and how I see it going. We've got 2 sessions. The first session, we're going to get into broad-based topics, specific topics. We're going to dig deep. We're going to share all these views that the roundtable panelists have. In the second session, after the break, starting at around 3:30, I believe, so come back if you leave us then, we're going to actually offer up ideas that the commission can run with to inform it with its future rulemaking, future guidance, future staff relief, really the direction it's going to take its mission and its role and its approach with respect to crypto trading over the next couple of months and couple of years. I want to stress that we're here today to talk about crypto trading. As was mentioned, there was already a roundtable on security status. There was a lot of discussion of Howey. There are roundtables coming up on crypto custody, DeFi, and tokenization. Did I get those all? I think I did. So we're going to bump up against those topics, but we're really going to try to stay focused on crypto trading to really do this roundtable right. So bios for all the panelists are on the website. We're not going to do intros or bios. These are some of the top experts in the space who have been in the space for most people over a decade. And so I'm looking forward to a really, really great discussion. With that, why don't we get into it? And I'm going to break this down into the grammar school way of writing and thinking, the who, what, when, where, why, and how. We're going to start with the what today. And the first question, and we're just going to go right down the panel, starting with you, Dave. You're up first. When we talk about SEC regulation of crypto trading, what should that actually be? What should the SEC have jurisdiction over? What should be in scope? And perhaps as importantly, what should not be in scope? What should the SEC not have jurisdiction over? I'll remind you that the commissioners are in the room, but I encourage everybody to speak freely so that the commission and the staff can actually take our feedback and run with that over the next few months and years. Dave, you're up.
Thanks, Nick. Thank you, Commissioner Peirce and Crenshaw, for having me here at the Crypto Task Force. I very much appreciate everyone's ideas and receptivity to our thoughts and to be on a panel with all of you. It's great. No pressure to go first, of course. But when I think of scope, I'm thinking of it at least in 2 ways. The first and simplest is that securities are securities. And digital securities should be regulated by the SEC. I do think another way to think about it is that you can expand scope to consider broader investor protection questions along with regulatory agency cooperation. I have found that the turf warfare, the infighting, the constant question of who should be regulating what has caused investor harm directly. And I think that's been extremely problematic over the course of the last few years, watching regulatory agencies grapple with crypto, whether they're securities or commodities. And so, regardless of whether something falls under the purview of the SEC or the CFTC. I think there's so many interlinkages and so much potential crossover that it's incumbent for these two agencies to work very closely together. I'm a strong believer that there are real benefits to crypto technology. There's the opportunity for real-time settlement, collateral management, incredible transparency that is really unprecedented in our sort of centralized world of equity trading, reduced counterparty risk, disintermediation opportunities, and self-custody, and all sorts of other things that I'm sure we're going to talk about. But there's nothing magical about the blockchain that eliminates the core principles of investor protection. And I really believe strongly, and much of the things that I'm going to talk about today are really centered on that, on investor protection. If you want true adoption as an industry, you need to have guardrails, and you need to give the public confidence in what they're buying or selling. Everyone wants crypto to be successful, and we really need responsible innovation and right-sized regulation that's tailored to the industry.
Great, thanks, Dave. And thank you guys all for hosting us today. I was told not to do too long of a thank you, so I'll keep it brief, but feel really fortunate to be in this room and to have the opportunity to have a dialogue, right, about this industry asset class and the best path forward, specifically in the United States, for us to continue to innovate and, I think from my perspective, bring more and more activity back on shore, right? If you look at this market, I think the interesting component is if you look just pure trading activity overall, about 85% of global crypto volume is outside of the United States today. And I think that as Congress, SEC, CFTC are working to provide regulatory clarity to this space, and the president talks about US being the crypto hub of the world, that's the metric that I think we should be watching to really measure the success in terms of what we're able to do. And I know, like Dave mentioned, there's a lot of work that's being done around the definition of these different assets. I'm hopeful that we'll get legislation there. And on the question of like, okay, where should the SEC focus? I think for the assumptions of this conversation, what I am making is that that primary focus will obviously be on the security side of this space. And within that, both the assets that are defined to be securities as well as the different market participants that fall under securities regulation, right? Whether those are exchanges, broker-dealers, custodians. I think that there's a lot of opportunity and work to be done in terms of getting more players licensed within the space and showing them the clear frameworks to basically continue to operate within this market. Last thing I would say is that, I think that while the commodity side, I would imagine, would be out of scope in the net new legislation that we will see, I do think that there's really interesting conversations for us to have about how broker-dealers and other market participants actually can transact those assets, interact with different crypto commodities like Bitcoin. And I think that to the extent that there's opportunities to solve some of this patchwork legislation that Acting Chair mentioned at the beginning, that would be a huge unlock for American innovation and the path forward. So thank you, guys.
Thank you for having me. Just as an apology to any lawyers in the room, I'm not a lawyer. So when I use the word security or anything like this, I'm basically talking the way an economist would. It's something that people buy and sell because they think it has value. So I realize that that's a different world. But okay, so how do I think about markets? I think about people trying to access markets, and typically they go through an intermediary. Then I think about the actual performance of the market, what the characteristics are, and I think about what they're actually trading. And this is actually a very difficult problem in crypto, sort of by backward induction. What people are going to be trading in crypto markets typically is not designed or developed in the US. And so the usual restrictions or the usual things that the SEC does to ensure that everyone knows what's being traded, at the moment we don't know, right? We don't even know why these things have value. So this is sort of a difficult problem that has to be solved. Then there's the question of how markets conduct themselves. And to some extent, we know how continuous limit order markets should work. We sort of understand that. What we don't understand is exactly how automated market makers, for example, should work. And that's a different thing altogether. We also don't know how those two systems should interact when it comes to things like, what is the price at the moment? Well, it depends. Am I in blockchain time? Am I in real time, right? And so this is sort of complicated. Now, the thing that the SEC has always done, I think, really, really well, which is to look after people who have a little bit of money to invest, but are not fabulously sophisticated about it. And what does that mean? That means they're going through an intermediary to access the market. And it's got to be the case that the intermediaries that most people who are just trying to invest in these assets go through are intermediaries that are safe and secure, and they don't just blow up overnight. So that's something that I think the SEC should really, really focus on. Unfortunately, because this is a global asset class, you cannot prevent me, I don't think, maybe you can, I don't know. You can't prevent me from having some sort of wallet and accessing a blockchain directly and doing whatever. And so in the past, we've sort of used financial levels as essentially denoting sophistication. In this world, what denotes sophistication is whether or not you're able to basically put a wallet that's non-custodial and sort of do your own thing. And so I think really the focus should be on how usual people who have a little bit of money and aren't too sophisticated, how they access the market and to make sure that that's safe.
Those are great points. I will also start with a thank you. It's such a critical time for exactly this kind of engagement and to be able to have an open and transparent dialogue. And so it's great to be here, and we appreciate the opportunity to engage. I was also encouraged by, in the opening remarks, the reference to Reg ATS. I started my career actually on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange in 1992 and had the fortune of watching a lot of the rules and regs that were referenced actually coming into be. And ATS, out of all of those, probably had the most impact, I think, because it encouraged competition. And I think if there's one thing we've learned from how crypto works today is that competition has a lot to do with making markets orderly and well-functioning. So to me, this is a moment when we have a generational opportunity, I think, in a lot of ways, to really think back to first principles about the things that are most important: investor protection, fair and orderly markets, safety and soundness of assets, but using a lot of new tools and techniques to take a market that already is pretty efficient, but operationally make it even more efficient and more transparent and easier to comply and easier to show that customer assets are where they're supposed to be and that they're protected. But there are new and novel ways to do that I think will actually make markets even better and afford even more protections to the end retail users.
Well, I echo everyone's thanks to the Commission and the Commissioners for having us here today. It's a real pleasure to be here as a representative of the crypto industry, and in particular, as a representative of decentralized finance, or DeFi. In many ways, DeFi shares a lot of the mission that the Commission, that drives the Commission, including making markets more fair and efficient and protecting the participants in those markets. So, Nick, I really appreciate the framing of this question, specifically focusing on the what, or the activity that is inside or potentially outside the SEC's scope, and very much setting aside the question of what is a security or a securities transaction, which does have some real limits under existing law, but we'll see how that law develops. There are a few activities in particular that I think rightly sit on the outside of the bounds of the Commission's authority over crypto trading. And in particular, that would include peer-to-peer transactions and the provision of self-custody products that are the infrastructure for those transactions. In securities law, we often regulate intermediaries in no small part, because the nature of the relationship with users, between those users and the intermediaries, presents very particular risks. Custody of assets, access to confidential information, exercising discretion on behalf of those participants acting as counterparties. All of those things have great value, but come with risks. But many of those risks substantially or entirely disappear when, for example, a participant in a transaction retains custody or control of their own assets, and the transaction is self-directed by that participant, and it takes place on a public ledger like a blockchain. And that's the heart of much of DeFi technology. So I'll note that peer-to-peer transactions are not a new thing, even for securities. If you go back in time to when we had paper stock certificates, often there were blanks on those pieces of paper that could be filled out in ink to do a peer-to-peer transaction of that stock certificate. But as we've moved securities transactions into the digital age, we've somewhat taken that element of simplicity and efficiency away from the markets, and DeFi now gives us a chance to put some of that back in. So the point is that just because a new technology allows people to transact without an intermediary does not mean that we can or should regulate that technology, that infrastructure, as if it is an intermediary, because it's not, because the activity, to go back to Nick's question, of that intermediary doesn't exist, because the intermediary itself does not exist. So there may be longer discussions today on particular categories of assets and how that trading would work on DeFi, in particular tokenized stock, where certain rights will travel with those assets. But there are many solutions that the blockchain could provide for that, and that could be solvable in any number of ways. It doesn't mean that peer-to-peer securities transactions necessarily have to fit within the existing regimes of an exchange model or even an ATS model.
Thank you. It is an honor to be here. I'd like to thank the Commission and the Crypto Task Force and my fellow panelists. I think we have a tremendous opportunity now with the new administration in place that is more open to innovation and discussing out a framework for digital assets. We have the opportunity to correct the policy gaps of the past and design a framework with clear rules that encourages fair and orderly markets, protects investors, promotes innovation, and cements the US position as a leader in digital assets. What I would like to discuss today is how we can move to a federal regulatory regime that can take us away from that patchwork we've heard about of 50 different state regulators, money transmission licenses, bit licenses, trust banks, trust companies, and so forth, and the general lack of openness that has discouraged innovation, increased costs, reduced efficiency, distorted markets, and ultimately has failed to protect investors. I believe that we should adapt our existing regulatory structures to rapidly create a federal rules-based framework for crypto trading. Over the previous, I know you mentioned 6 years, Nick, maybe 6 years, 4 years, whatever the number is, we've wasted time, and I think we've got some catching up to do. We've got a system in place now that for decades investors have accessed capital markets through regulated intermediaries like broker-dealers. And over the years, this framework has evolved, correcting and adapting as markets have changed, as Commissioner Peirce just mentioned. And I think it's now time that the broker-dealer regime further evolves to incorporate crypto and digital assets. Of course, this is not to say that the existing regulations are perfect. That's kind of a mantra that we heard over the last 4 years, that we don't need new rules, we just need people to follow the rules. Well, that's clearly false. There's no doubt that new and updated rules are required, and that Congress will likely need to pass new laws, along with input from the SEC, other regulators like the CFTC. And we need to kind of decide here, and I hope to be a part of that conversation, how we can come together and modernize the regulatory framework and the market structure for crypto trading.
I just want to echo everyone's thanks. Thank you to the Commission and to the Crypto Task Force for having me on behalf of Cumberland DRW, and thank you to my fellow panelists as well. I'm just going to touch on Howie for a minute, trying not to overlap too much with the first panel, but I think just to touch on where it sort of overlaps with secondary market trading, I think in terms of what's in and what's out of scope, there have been multiple courts that have ruled, and I think seems hopefully uncontroversial at this point to say that, when we're talking about, non-tokenized assets, but just sort of natively digital assets, those aren't inherently securities. You need to look at, when you're applying Howey, it needs to be done on a sort of a transaction by transaction basis, looking at the facts and circumstances of the particular transaction and saying, does it meet the Howey test? And I think when we do that with secondary market transactions, I think we see that even if the initial sale of a token may have met the Howey test, when we look in the secondary markets, we see that typically there are multiple reasons why a transaction in those markets may fail the Howey test. And so, for example, we've seen multiple circuits rule that if you don't have pooling of investor funds, for the purposes of development of the network and for purposes of sort of a profit-making endeavor, then you don't have horizontal commonality, which the Sixth and Seventh Circuits in particular have required. And so without that, you just don't have the common enterprise prong of Howey. And you might say, well, some courts have said vertical commonality is enough. I think that just gets us into sort of a morass of confusion. And I think, to the point that a couple of panelists have made, we really need clear rules of the road. And so I think, to say that, if you don't have pooling, then you don't have, a common enterprise, so there's no, investment contract under Howey, I think is just, that's a clear rule of the road that people can follow that I think would be really helpful. So just, something practical that people could look to. And I think, there have been multiple courts from, Binance to Ripple, even though, Ripple wasn't looking at secondary market transactions, but I think still, saying, if you don't have investors having an expectation that their funds are going to go, to the issuer or promoter to be used in sort of a profit-making endeavor with respect to the network, then you just don't have, you don't have either a common enterprise or you don't have an expectation of profits. But either way, you don't have an investment contract under Howey. And so I think, that could just be a really helpful piece of, we can get into sort of mechanics for how, the commission might provide clarity in the second session, but I think that would just be a really helpful sort of, piece of guidance or piece of, rulemaking or just clarity that the commission could provide that, I think could really help in sort of secondary markets when we're looking at what's in and what's out of scope.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank the commission as well for having us, the task force, fellow panelists, and Nick for your time and effort in arranging this and organizing this. I think I want to start by addressing crypto more broadly, crypto trading. I think it's important when we talk about it that the surface area is so vast that, again, at least in my mind, the taxonomy matters a lot when we're talking about specific use cases with respect to, using some of these emerging technologies to improve existing regulated securities markets, or as we look to open up more broader investor access to some of the assets that have emerged from crypto. I think I want to start, though, by kind of laying out, I think there's three kind of key principles. If you look back at any market that has, thrived and sustained time. And, they're kind of basic principles, but I think they really matter, I think, with the purpose of what we'll talk about today. The first is trust, right? And I think market participants need trust in order to be able to interact with a counterparty that they otherwise wouldn't be able to if they weren't, knowing of them or weren't introduced to them. That trust is kind of the backbone of any successful market over time. Participants also, they need to be trusted that they'll be protected against fraud and manipulation and misappropriation of funds, and trust that they're on a level playing field with other market participants. The second one is liquidity. And I think liquidity is important because liquidity is a measure of a market and how it stands up both in times of calm and in times of stress. And liquidity is achieved really through looking at, what are the objectives of the market in terms of promoting efficient risk transfer services from one participant to another. And that results in depth in size, depth in price, typically through the collective interest of many participants coming together to form that price discovery. And lastly, I think resiliency. And resiliency is something that comes with time. it is never been more important than it is in the information age we live in today, and really, is not indicative that a market can't innovate and evolve. In fact, it's the opposite, right? You have to adopt new technologies. You have to evolve with the world around you as new things get introduced to sort of be resilient and stand the test of time. I want to thank Chairman Ueda for the shout out in his introduction, talking about the exchange. I feel like it's, there's no better story than that, right? And the evolution of the New York Stock Exchange over its 230 plus year history, there's many, many, many phases. And I think, one of the things that I thought would be good to share is nothing more, I think, relevant than the current phase we found ourselves in the last decade after Intercontinental Exchange acquired the NYSE. They made a concerted effort and a bet to sort of overhaul the entire technology of the exchange, the back end, if you will. And it's so important because I think when people think of the New York Stock Exchange, they think of the 6 pillars of the facade of our building or our iconic trading floor. But if you were to look underneath the hood, you would find a highly sophisticated, state-of-the-art technology stack that literally gets tested every day and is at the cutting edge of what's pushing markets forward. And I think we've been reminded of that this past week, as has the broader market, in terms of you have to be ready for the unexpected and be ready to stand up and provide those risk transference services. And I think that's important to point out now, because these are the times when you need resiliency, right? And you need to trust that counterparties will be there when you need them to, and infrastructure will be there when you need them to. And I think a lot of that would not have been possible without competition, without the adoption of new technologies. But it also reminds me of the role that regulation plays in it, right? Regulation has a way of keeping the market participants accountable to one another and accountable to a North Star that is established by principles like the ones I mentioned. And so I think it's just, it seemed evident to mention with regards to all of us being around this table today. In essence, it affirms the role regulation has to play in terms of helping pave a path forward, and helping bring some of these new technologies into other markets in new and exciting ways, as well as open up more investor access to some of the unique assets coming out of crypto. Thank you.
Hi. The benefit of going last is I get to hear all the smart things other people said and say yes, yes, yes. So I'll start with a couple of things. First is, look, we're talking about trading financial assets. As it turns out, we have lots of expertise in this room here, in this room out here. I'm looking at former commissioners of another agency and commissioners here. There's so much expertise in trading financial assets. We aren't starting with a blank slate here. We know some functions have to happen when you're trading financial assets. We know that investors are going to go to someone to act as their broker. They may believe that they would want maybe that broker to be looking out for their best interests. There's common law, centuries of common law about agency principle and a fiduciary duty that attaches to that. That's been put into a rule by FINRA and MSRB as a best execution rule. We've learned a lot from trading these assets, and I want to pick up on something he said a moment ago, which is resiliency and trust being really important things. Those are not necessarily functions of just competitiveness. Those are like the byproducts of also effective regulation. We've learned in those other financial products that most of our rules, both at this agency and others, come out of crises, right? They come out of abuses. We see that different trading centers for decades and decades and decades have different prices, and hey, maybe their intermediaries are ripping them off, so we start to get consolidated tapes 50 years ago. Then we see, hey, wait, we have a flash crash on May 6, 2010. I remember talking to many of you back then, and as it turns out, many of the folks here were like, hey, we should have some circuit breakers. We end up with a limit down rule that works on stability. We say, hey, we're worried about market access because as it turns out, we need to know who's coming into our markets and maybe causing abuses and manipulations. So we have a market access rule that comes from that. These are lessons we've learned in all of our markets. And I think when we talk about how to regulate trading digital assets, we should be learning pretty heavily from what we learned from trading other assets. We need to know, hey, is my broker looking out for me and my best interests and my best price or my best execution or not? Hey, how are they custodying that? Or how am I going to custody that? These are not new problems. Now, there are certainly things about digital assets, particularly in like clearing and settlement and other things that may be very different. But I'll also pose not so much too. We also have an awful lot of off-chain trading. How do we reflect that in something like a consolidated tape? So I'll start with, when we think about what's the best way to do this, we should be thinking about what the function someone is serving. Are they serving as a trading center? Are they the exchange? Or a matching place between private participants? Are they acting as the broker? I will argue many of the folks that I interact with, Healthy Markets as pensions, investment advisors, and others, they may have great interest in trading digital assets and not investing directly because of this trust, because of the concerns with resiliency. They may feel much more comfortable going through a registered investment advisor and an ETP and relying on those protections and saying, look, registered investment advisor, this is your problem. Like, you now have to figure out that stuff. We're relying on you for that level of expertise because we can't do it. We rely on, so when we think about what this should look like, I say, start with the functions and then start with how do we regulate those functions today? Do we need things like best execution obligations? Absolutely. Do we need things like limit up, limit down some circuit breakers? Yes. Do we need consolidated tapes that are on and off chain? Absolutely. And I know, by the way, that's going to be very controversial. But I understand it, and we have to recognize that those things arose out of those things not existing before in other financial markets, and then something went wrong. Somebody abused it. Something broke. So that roundtable in 2018, I sat on the stage then, and I'm thrilled that we're doing this now. But we knew that there were abuses then, and hey, this commission could use to address it, and I'm thrilled that we're focusing on things that have had bipartisan support to promote competitiveness in the equity space, in the fixed income space, and I hope we can do it here.
Well, thanks for the remarks from everyone. I feel like we got a really good, diverse set of perspectives. Oh,
I apologize. Can I
yeah,
make one
please.
last-
Sorry, I didn't see
Before
you.
we leave
Yeah.
the what, I just wanted to go back to something that the commissioner said at the beginning, which is how the whatever taxonomy is imposed on this world of digital assets, that it's critically important that we think about the side-by-side trading of these, because even though for the purposes of this discussion, securities are in scope, I can almost guarantee that day one, there will be discussions about how those are traded in the same order book with tokenized money market funds and things that are deemed commodities. And so at the highest level, you could imagine a world where dual registration solves a lot of those things, but at the mechanical level, where is that an ATS? Is that whatever this new category that passes through the FIT bill is, et cetera? Those are critical issues that I think we have to begin with the end in mind in terms of coming up with solutions for, because it will almost certainly be a day one issue as this evolves.
Anyone else want to jump in on that?
If I could, yeah, it's not clear that USD is going to be the natural numeraire, and this is a huge problem. And so somebody has got to think through what the solution is. It's too difficult for me, but.
I want to pick up one thing too. I thought you were going to something David said earlier, and I wanted to pick up and agree violently with it. I think the fight over jurisdiction has been extremely troubling and disappointing. And one of the things I worry about, same thing with what's a security and what may be something immediately adjacent to it. We saw in pretty clear example in the flash crash with something in another market triggering a different related market. I can't think of a better example. There are lots of those things that happen day to day between options and equities and various swaps. We obviously saw another when we have equity derivative positions by someone get wildly over concentrated, spread across a couple of banks and crater the market for a few minutes, and hurt a lot of people. And so one of the things I think we really do have to worry about is, one, within products, what gets defined, but also across agencies. Thank you.
Anyone else? No? Well, let's move on to the who for a moment. We talked about the what, and I have some ideas. We're in session 2. We can maybe elaborate on the what a little bit, particularly on your point there, Greg. But for the who, traditionally the SEC is regulating in the trading space, brokers and exchanges and transfer agents and adjacent capacities like clearing agencies. Who should the SEC be focused on with respect to crypto trading? And to the extent there is maybe an ordering of priority, what does the panel think that ordering of priority should be first? Like, who should go first? Who should the SEC be focusing on first? And to the extent you have a why is that?
Well, I'll say if you're a would-be investor in a digital asset, you're going to call or communicate with someone to help you buy that, right? And so I would focus on them first, right? Because that's the interface. And so to me, that's the role that's posed by a broker. And now in the digital asset space, they may then collapse the next several roles into one entity. And I think we have to explore why. Certainly eliminating all the intermediaries and making sure that they're all under one roof saves costs. You can consolidate the profit centers. It certainly saves oversight. But there are reasons why right now we have rules segregating them. So I would start with my first order of priorities are, frankly, having brokers with things that are registered with a regulator. It could be a FINRA or someone like that. But basic obligations: know your customer, know the products. That doesn't mean you have to know the products in something more than like a 15C to 11 way, by the way. And that's an automated quotation rule. The Commission's been wrestling with it for years. I apologize. But bipartisan recognition that if you're going to make quotations in a marketplace, you should have an understanding what it is. Or at least an up-to-date understanding as much as you can. That might not be great, it may not be from the issuer, but it is what it is. I think we need to make sure that the brokers know who they're interacting with. They kind of know what they're interacting in. They kind of have some fiduciary duty to the customer. That might be my members, right, who want to engage in this space. That's a duty of best execution. And by the way, the minute you impose that duty of best execution, you bring a ton more competitiveness and efficiency to the marketplace. Because one of the biggest challenges right now is if I go to that entity and that entity may have a wildly inferior price to someone else, I'll get an execution on that entity. And that may be far worse than what I would get if I was in an equity space where that broker-dealer has to survey a public tape or the consolidated proprietary feeds that they've been putting together and do that. So for me, it's having that broker level oversight where you know what your customer is, you know who your customer is, you know what it is you're trading, you have the obligation to look out for them, and you have a reference so that they have some form of a tape so that they can do that job, so they can look out to the other venues and figure what's best. Because I will say that is a major inhibitor for some of the largest, particularly if you think of those like public pension funds and others who have fiduciary obligations and state restrictions. Those are the things that are going to act as barriers to them. And part of the reason why their interfaces with digital assets are largely through regulated traditional securities firms.
I agree with that. I think that the starting with brokers makes the most sense. We appreciated the opportunity to respond to the request for information. And in that, we suggested that in the panoply of potential structures that could evolve between commodities and securities and so forth, that broker-dealer and ATS, from a pattern matching perspective, matches closest to the activities, at least if we're looking at activities first, what we do today in terms of those things that are dealing with clients and those things that are matching orders and those sorts of things, integrated in a way that allows for the benefits of a straight-through processing and settlement and all of those things. But those regulations seem closest to us in terms of, so we would start there, I think.
Good.
Yeah, I think that, I guess I can agree with starting with the broker. I'm not sure that I have a good conception though of how to prioritize this, but I do have sort of maybe more of an end state in mind, which is I think that we want to the greatest extent possible, bring crypto trading on exchange. And in order to do that, there's a lot that needs to happen. But all of it seems very doable, especially within sort of the current regulatory system, without really needing to go too far down the path of new legislation or anything. We could take existing disclosure standards and the SEC, and I know I'm maybe like treading on like recommendations, and I'm trying not to do that, but I think the SEC can do a lot with guidance to bring disclosure standards and registration standards to the point where you can start to get things registered. And the SEC can say, we want this to be with national securities exchanges to the greatest extent possible, and therefore we're going to allow for trading of both securities and non-security assets, and at the same time expand the concept of special purpose broker to also allow brokers to custody non-security crypto assets and crypto security assets and traditional securities. I think if you want to bring crypto trading into the world in which you have investor protection and investor trust, and that word is so important, trust, and you want this industry to expand from that, like Austin, that number of 85%, that says it all, right? And if we want to increase the share of the U.S. share of trading and the U.S. share of custody, you need to do things that give investors confidence that they can transact in a way in which they're protected, in which they know that there's disclosure and they can understand exactly what they're transacting, and to have custody solutions that make sense, including independent custody entities being independent from exchanges. There are reasons that the securities laws have evolved to where they're at, and I'm not saying they are perfect in any way, but I agree that they do provide a good foundation to then grow from with this new type of asset.
One thing I was going to just mention about any of these topics too, I think precision, a high degree of precision matters in terms of what it is we're really referring to with respect to, a digital asset or crypto being on or off exchange. I mean, one could make the argument now that ETFs have been approved, right? Investors have very open access and very, very efficient access to the largest of the crypto assets through ETF providers. And in many ways, the execution cost there is pretty remarkable, as measured in low single digit, all-in execution costs in terms of crossing the spread. But if we're talking about efficiencies for other purposes, like you think of the world of that ETF space, and we'll talk later about this in more detail, there's a tremendous amount of efficiencies that could be gained just from a collateral and capital perspective in terms of, allowing certain SEC-regulated entities to handle some of these assets. And so I think being precise about what it is that we're asking for, I think, and I think this comes more from a practitioner view, is really important, because I think that's where some of these wins will show up, is in these specific use cases where we either want to broaden access to an asset that has been deemed a commodity token or has been well established, or we want to look at ways that we can leverage a specific technology that's inherent in the crypto space.
Austin, I'd like to hear from you, and then Richard, I think you're the only representative of an actual BD, so I'd love to hear from you after too.
Great, yeah, appreciate it. I know, I feel like I'm on Jeopardy up here. We've got a lot of participation, which is awesome. Yeah, I think I agree with a lot of the points that were made, but I think there's still like some fundamental questions in terms of like defining and thinking through what this looks like in the digital asset space based on the existing market structure, right? I would almost question like what is a broker within this space, right? Because basically when you're looking at the existing crypto exchanges, and I understand that we're mostly focused now on what like a tokenized future would look like, right? Many players are playing the role of like an integrated broker, exchange, clearinghouse, and custodian in different areas. And I think that from our perspective, what we would advocate for, and I think is similar to a lot of different people in this panel, is basically just the path to register for those different services that you can offer within this space. And I think that the question that I have, and if I dive deeper in terms of why this asset class may be slightly more different and what we should be thinking about in relation to this space, is I think it's important to remember that these are bearer assets, right? And so when we talk about custody being integrated into other different trading platforms, if I talk about our clients are big institutions who are active within the cryptocurrency markets, like what they want is tri-party custody. What they want is more bank participation within that side of the space to basically remove some of that centralized choke points and risk. And I think that it's important for us to think through, are there centralized choke points and risk, and are there unique aspects of these assets that actually bring more risk than we do have in other spaces? And then how do we make sure that different institutional or retail market participants, obviously important, are able to basically delineate those roles and responsibilities and get the appropriate investor protection there?
So Nick, your question was, who should the SEC be focusing on? Well, I think the answer is the investor. That should be the number one focus. And then we've had a few panelists just now saying, well, the broker-dealer regime is how investors typically access markets, and Texture Capital is a digital securities broker-dealer regulated by FINRA and the SEC. And I think that this regime does have a lot to offer. We have, as I said, the regime's been around for many years. We have rules around safeguarding customer assets, record keeping, best execution, and so forth. So then we're thinking about the investor, and if the investor is coming through a broker-dealer, in my seat, I've got to think about, well, I've got best execution obligations. So my customer here wants to execute Bitcoin or Ether or whatever it is. Where can I route this order for them? Maybe it's to Coinbase, and I can get best execution there, or maybe it's to Uniswap. So I think in this world, the broker-dealer takes on a lot of that responsibility of, in the same way that we do now, when it comes to best execution, we need to figure out what are the best venues that we can provide access to our customers for. So, and then, another consideration is, what are the custody arrangements? Is it going to be through a clearing broker, perhaps for the cash, perhaps, we'll need other entities if there's stable coins, and certainly if there's crypto involved. So I think once you start looking at the broker-dealer regime, it all trickles down to everything else. Custody, exchanges, and so forth. So I don't think we can really start with one thing. We have to tackle them all kind of, in the same time.
Catherine, go ahead, yeah.
I would feel remiss if I didn't ask the flip side of Austin's question when he said, what is a broker, and say, what is not a broker? There is not always a broker, and there doesn't have to be. That's one tiny piece of clarity that we have gotten from the courts in securities law related to crypto trading in the last couple of years. Also, shout out to Coinbase's submission to the task force, footnote 4. I had not seen that reference before to the 1988 amendments to the Exchange Act where Congress said, let's make sure that participants can participate in transactions without dealers, right? So this concept of not always all of these intermediaries having to exist has also been around for a while. But for all of the reasons we've just discussed about why brokers are regulated, all of the trust that you have to have when you are handing over your transaction to a broker, for all of those reasons, if a participant has a safe way to not hand over that trust and not take on those risks, if we have that technology, we should allow that technology to exist.
Yeah, that's a good point. Christine, did you have a comment?
Yeah, just two quick comments. So I completely agree that we want to make sure that when retail investors try and access markets and they go through an intermediary, the intermediary doesn't disappear in the middle of the night. Absolutely. That said, there are a lot of concepts that are great, like best execution, but almost seem that have to be completely rethought in this new world. It's really, really complicated. And so that has to be sort of carved out. And the other thing that I just wanted to point out is the reason why we think that it's good for people to invest in markets is because they're taking the other side of a deal, and the deal is essentially something to do with capital formation. Now, what's weird about a lot of these assets is they're not dividend-paying stocks, and they're not cash flow based. They're basically, in some very funky way, incorporating the inside of a firm that's being sold to people. And so it would be really useful if there was a sort of careful delineation of what should be, what information would be useful to people. They're buying something that essentially they're going to sell, and that's the source of the value, not because the thing is going to pay them cash. And so there has to be almost like a new accounting regime that tells people what they need to know to evaluate that resale risk. And that's a big problem, but I think information, that kind of information, very, very important because these are not cash flow bearing assets.
Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, if I can just agree on the point about, you asked what should be scoped in, just to say what should be scoped out, meaning that the president's executive order and in many of these conversations, if you are not in an intermediated framework, it should preserve the right to self-custody and for there not to need to be intermediation where the end user wants to retain custody of the private keys. So that's one thing I like to say. And my other comment, just going back to something that was referenced earlier about, and I don't want to rabbit hole yet on the order protection rule if we're not ready to go there, but I'm going to do it anyway for a minute.
Go ahead.
Because to me, it's one of those things that in going through that archaeology of which rules were put in place when, I remember precisely why that happened, and there were, the intermarket trading system was working a particular way, people were trading through one another, and so on and so forth. And so the rule was put in place. I'm of the point of view, going back to the discussion on Reg ATS, that we were just on the cusp of the competition that rule put in place, causing us to have the competition necessary to force people to see when and where their brokers went to the best price, and how algorithms worked, and how smart routers worked, and all of those kinds of things. And I think I'm of the opinion that competition would have gotten us to the right place without the need for all of the things that came along with the order protection rule. And the reason I say that is, and it goes back to what have we learned from how Bitcoin trades today. When we look at how Bitcoin trades, particularly now that we have the ETF and what happens in the trading window when there's creations and redemptions, it trades a lot like a large cap stock without any of the belt and suspenders and other things that are happening. It has similar transaction cost. In fact, it's less than many of the top decile of the S&P 500. And I say that because in this moment when we're going back to first principles, I think we have to ask, some things are going to be really important, investor protection and how we do segregation and so forth, but I think we have to examine each and every one to say, is this thing really still needed? And that to me was a good example, which is why I wanted to bring it up.
So I'd really like to add on to that, because I think it's important when you talk about the order protection rule, which is one example here. I think it's important that everyone remembers that we have we'll soon have a new SEC commissioner, a chairman who was a commissioner 19 years ago and was a dissenting against Reg NMS. In his dissent, this is Commissioner Atkins. He specifically referenced the order protection rule as the reason for his defense and his dissent, and noted that it would focus innovation around speed, which indeed it had. And I agree with you, Greg. I think we would definitely have got there anyway without that. So it was whilst it was needed for a moment in time there, I don't think that's needed anymore, and we certainly shouldn't consider an order protection rule for crypto. I've got a quote here from Commissioner Peirce from quite recently. We ought not be bound by the way we have long regulated existing financial markets. We should welcome the opportunity to reevaluate existing regulation in the light of these questions and ensure its appropriateness for both traditional and new markets. So I think, what I take from that is that we can learn a lot from crypto markets that can improve our traditional markets as well, like the order protection rule. Another thing that we had in Reg NMS was the ban on locked and crossed markets. Well, we have locked and crossed markets in crypto all the time, and guess what? They unlock and they uncross, and things seem to work fine. So I think we've got a lot of lessons. It's not just about imposing TradFi rules on crypto. It's about what can we learn from the evolution of markets from crypto, and look at the overall rules that we have, including TradFi.
Ty, go ahead.
Yeah, I think I want to pick up on something a little bit earlier too. So for those who don't know, the order protection rule is a backstop for best execution, but it, rather than being related to brokers, it somehow applies to the exchanges and says you can't do something that you would otherwise do, which is a weird way to go about it, but there were good reasons at the time to take this approach. One of the things you sort of think about is if you have some of the disclosures we now have, bipartisan adopted during the first Trump administration, 605 and 606, which are order routing and execution relating disclosures. If you see trade confirms that actually tell the customer how their orders are routed. If you have, for lack of a better phrase, a useful tape that they can go back and do a transaction cost analysis on, so they know if their broker's really doing a good job or not. Because that's where institutional investors are going to be focused on. I need to know if they're doing a good job for me or not. And if you hear even many of the largest institutional investors in the equities markets are saying the order protection rule doesn't help us now as much as it may hurt us. But knowing how their orders are handled, knowing what the real market looks like from public tapes, and being able to perform an analysis, they can actually police themselves. So there, I think that that's a great example of the order protection rule exists as a best execution protection, but it's kind of focused on the wrong entities and sort of in a haphazard way that we could say, hey, maybe that's not the thing here, but it does put more focus on the need for the transparency of orders and executions across, frankly, on and off chain and across all of the different venues.
One of the things to remember with at least a piece of how OPR ended up being implemented was it borrowed from how many of the ECNs prior to Reg NMS routed to one another. And so there was kind of this commercial adoption of, hey, you might have a better price. I'm trying to get a better price for my client. Let's connect and we'll route to one another. And so the implementation of that and the requirement of it relied on private connectivity from one exchange to another. And I think that's something too to look at. I was thinking about this when Richard was talking about, best X from a broker-dealer perspective with respect to Bitcoin or Ethereum. It's really interesting to think about what does that look like in a world where a broker-dealer could have a crypto asset alongside an ETF, right? And I think one of the things that I just find fascinating is the spread plus execution cost in basis point difference between ETFs, the most liquid ETFs, and the cash crypto market. And there are different elements of what you can do. If you own, a Bitcoin, right, you can self-custody it, it's on chain. But to me, those are just interesting things. And what is it about all of the built-up regulatory constructs that exist in U.S. equities, the adaptation, right? Don't discount for 1 second that market participants, whether they live in securities land, in equities, or in crypto, like the practitioners in the market are very thoughtful and mindful individuals that have economic objectives that are first principles of trading that, if there's a will, there's a way. And so regulation often is set, and then market structure evolves around it and becomes something that really, might not have been intended originally. And I think many of us that are close to equities feel that way, right? There are many things about NMS and OPR that have led to sort of the law of unintended consequences. But I would just say, like, coupling NMS too much with crypto trading, we also have to be mindful of not just addressing the things with NMS that we want to address, even though it's been tried many, many times. They're kind of two different things.
And John, you raised a good point there regarding NMS aspects that perhaps we should absolutely not carry forward with respect to crypto trading. And I think there are probably, in my mind, perhaps more in that category than there are things we should maintain. Anyone want to get into that? Any other particular ideas? OPR perhaps on the table, but what else are on folks' minds? Dave, go ahead, yeah.
I can start. There's probably most of it that should not, I think I would agree with you on that, Nick. I agree that NMS served a purpose at a time, and that markets have changed. And if we're thinking about a decentralized system fundamentally in cryptographic securities and cryptographic assets, it's hard to impose our centralized mindset on that, I think. There are many ways in which I don't think it's possible. Now, I think there are ways to consider if we are bringing tokenized securities on exchange and providing a framework to support the existence of tokenized securities side by side with traditional securities. There are probably things we can think about in terms of maybe market data consolidation, but it's always going to be imperfect because these things will also always trade in other places. And it's not just that it will trade in other places domestically, but it's a global system. And so I find the idea of trying to envision how you consolidate that from a regulatory perspective to be one that's very difficult to kind of get my head around. I don't think that should prevent the SEC and the CFTC from working together to build platforms to collect data from all of these places, or anything that might be under their purview could trade, and to look much more like a data-centric and data-forward regulator that is, if not collecting it themselves, working with excellent vendors in the industry to accomplish it. Because if you consider the state of the art right now, and firms like Cumberland, I would think of DRW as probably having state-of-the-art data systems and analytic systems, right? And then you think about what regulators have today. We're so far apart. I find that really disturbing, and I find it really hard to imagine how you can regulate and oversee a market without having those kinds of capabilities. And it really gets into questions around what I think Reg NMS has done well through this consolidation is to help to at least surveil markets and address market manipulation issues. I think market manipulation is a real fundamental problem in this space, and I wish I had a good answer. I don't have a great answer for how you get there, but I do think that needs to be front and center in any regulatory efforts, is understanding and measuring and collecting in order to figure out how to police and enforce issues around market manipulation.
Well, and in many cases, there's a public blockchain that could be referred to, right? Does
It's
anyone
like a
want to tackle
panacea,
that?
right? Like all the fact that this is all on chain should be like a panacea for analytics and data, and yet I don't think regulators have gotten there yet.
You can keep riffing if you want, or if anyone else wants to jump in with that.
Well, it's sort of, there are some analogs, right? So to the extent that you have, for example, transactions that don't occur on exchanges end up being reported someplace, right? And so you have a data stream that the world can reference, regulators can reference. I appreciate, by the way, the pitch for the SEC having like a Midas system for digital assets. I'm all for it. Let's go. Get some economists working on it.
Are you going to spin up that business? Are you going to be
the
the vendor?
staffing proposals? Yeah. I'm not sure how that's working right now, but we'll see how it goes. But one of the things I think we really want to focus on is for Reg NMS, I would say there's a lot that goes with it too, right? Like, for example, you do have mandatory disclosures that people are able to see. You get to know in general how your broker's doing. You get now, for institutional investors, you get to know really specifically what they're doing for you. You get to see the trading venues, how good a job they're doing. Those are things that I think should be carried forward. Maybe not the way they're structured in NMS, but that function needs to happen. Because again, I'm coming at this from, if you're trying to get sophisticated institutional investors are going to be perhaps a little bit less cavalier than maybe the wealthy individual who's out on his E-Trade account after finishing his day as a dentist. Or otherwise, those folks who have fiduciary obligations are going to be really cautious about interacting with firms that they don't have a regulatory backstop for trust, and they don't have a regulatory backstop for resilience. So they're going to feel a lot more comfortable dealing with someone who's registered as a broker-dealer than someone who's not. They can explain to their boards why they hired an investment advisor that has a registered investment advisor that has a regulatory framework that their boards understand, than, hey, this is someone who's not a registered investment advisor, but they're going to take care of this stuff for us.
I just want to agree with that. I think that particularly as the functions, collapse into an entity that, there are potential conflicts of interest, the best way to cure those potential conflicts of interest is with disclosures. And whether that's a trade confirmation or, the sorts of things that 605 and 606 and all of those things give you, give investors and put in their hands the information they need to be able to make educated decisions about, is this happening in my best interest or not? And I think with those disclosures, being able to be more efficient and doing these things in a way that takes advantage of settlement and puts together, some of these functions to make them operationally more seamless, I think you get the best of both.
Well, go ahead, yeah.
I was just going to add on to that, in addition to just thinking about multiple functions in a single entity. It's not just disclosures. When the technology advances, that you end up losing the reason for having that natural segregation, like for clearing agents. It used to be that clearing agents exist both to take, centrally custody assets, but perhaps also because the time for settlement took so long, those things are disappearing. And so then it can make a lot more sense, and you are not in the risk profile that you were years ago in a crypto trading world if someone is performing those functions of a clearing agent without those risks alongside other functions. So just to build on what Greg had said there.
What about using the blockchain for price discovery, transparency? Any thoughts on that?
How much is occurring on it, right? I mean, that's one of the things that we have to know, time horizons and how much is actually getting reported and when and in what fashion. So if you're in a world where everything is reported nearly instantaneously, and we have firms here who are making decisions in nanoseconds on trading, and there's a lot to be made in those nanoseconds. And so if we're talking about reporting to blockchain that's measured in things that aren't nanoseconds, and positions that may or may not ever be reported, it creates a significant challenge. These aren't new challenges, by the way. We have the exact same challenges in the U.S. equities markets, right? When we have a derivative position that doesn't have to be reported, but if it was an actual equity position, it would be. We end up with opportunities for problems like Archegos. So, we have to recognize that none of these issues are particularly new. We just get a new chance to think about why we did them this way, and maybe we could do them differently. But I think the blockchain offers a great reference point, certainly a great starting point, but you also have to get to what off-chain. Are you talking about de minimis exceptions? Are you talking about de minimis on a digital asset by digital asset? Are you talking about de minimis that looks at firms? Are you talking about a de minimis that is, hey, if this is self-custody? Because, again, I don't want to skip into another topic, but we're not just talking about the trading, we're also talking about positions. In these assets, you have unique risks that are not unlike penny stocks, where you can have very concentrated positions and decisions being made by those concentrated positions that can materially negatively impact the other holders and those trading markets.
Well, let's talk about thinly traded stocks for a minute. And Chelsea, I want to bring you in on this. So, and Ty, I think you mentioned Rule 211. Thoughts on, is that feasible? Ty, I think you may have said doesn't really make sense.
The other way.
The other way, okay.
The other way.
How would that work?
Yeah, I mean, I think, from our perspective, I think 15C211, like something like it, where you sort of have this obligation to make sure that information is current, it's publicly available, having disclosures about sort of the material aspects of a token and sort of how the underlying network works, governance, the project team, and sort of in their holdings of tokens, to the point you just made, Ty. I think that is important. That's healthy for markets. I think there are some aspects of the current 15C211 that maybe don't work well for natively digital crypto assets. Sort of things like you have to have financial statements of the issuer. You have to have the name and address of the transfer agent. I mean, you sort of think part of the sort of value proposition of a lot of these assets is that the blockchain serves the role of a transfer agent. So you may not have that. So I think there's sort of areas where with maybe we can talk a little later about maybe an exemptive order or staff relief or something like that could sort of make the rule fit well with crypto assets. But I think sort of the general idea of something like a 15C211 type of disclosure, I think, is good for markets, and that kind of transparency is helpful.
Yeah, I know it's not what you'd necessarily think. Totally agree. So I think there's an important aspect here of the OTC markets do a pretty reasonable job of telling you, hey, this is something for which there's no real information available, and oh, by the way, here's something for which there is. And brokers are expected to kind of have an understanding of what's going on in that asset. And it may not be that it's issuer financial statements, but it may be, hey, you have to have a real sort of scraping of information, or hey, there has to be some notice if there's hey, there might be governance changes, right? They have to be, constantly sort of scraping what I will call the rest of the world in the internet. Maybe there's third-party service providers who may provide that function. I think that is really important. I don't think that imposing the same sort of expectations you would on an equities market makes sense. Frankly, I'm not sure that investors really worry about that stuff in all of the equity space either, in the land of meme stocks. So I think it does make sense to take a step back and say, you ought to know what the thing is you're trading, and that's the point, I think, of 15C to 11, and really big information that might dramatically impact the value of that and the trading of that. And I think that that's a really good way to approach it.
I'd like to comment on that as well. I agree with everything everyone's been saying here. I think 15C to 11 is a good example of how we can move forward. So going back to what we've been talking about is that, well, if the investors are coming through brokers and the broker is going to say, well, these exchanges in my best execution routing order. At the same time, we've got to make a decision. It's like, okay, which assets are we going to offer? Obviously, Bitcoin, Ether, Solana, things like that. But then you get lower down the list. How do we decide which ones, are, I don't know, let's say safe, quote unquote, safe to offer customers, or have this reasonable information, reasonable disclosures out there? So I think that's a useful tool. Who is making the disclosures? Is the question, though, for decentralized assets with no issuer, with no CEO, with no CFO. So that's, I think, one of the things we really need to tackle. It could be, it could be a foundation who's behind the coin. It could be a DAO that has issued the governance token. Or maybe you'll see companies like Moody's and S&P coming into the space and doing this type of service, or other third-party people. But I think it's a really good framework and analogy to move forward on.
I think one thing, and you were talking a bit about this, my general understanding of it, like there's a pretty big difference between the listing standards in what we would consider the typical world of exchange-listed securities, and this world particularly with things like ongoing listing standards and disclosures, as you were talking about, and that I think may work with certain constructs. The one thing I think we all have a shared interest in is making sure that what is thought of or what is pursued does not in any way export or put at risk the SEC's jurisdiction over aspects of 90+ years of securities regulation that kind of plays back to those principles from before. And and that's where I say again, like the precision really matters, right? What it is you're talking about, to some of the things Richard was mentioning. I think it is pretty material here.
And you mentioned the word risk. Let's maybe talk about risk mitigation and some of the concepts that apply today to actually, achieve risk mitigation, whether it be net capital requirements or position limits or several other aspects that apply. Anyone want to take a stab at that? What should we carry forward? What just probably doesn't work, and let's leave it behind? Go ahead, Tay. Yeah, let go, Dave.
Okay. So now we're at least crossing over in my notes where I got into how, but I'll
We've been in the how for a while.
Right,
yeah,
so
it's okay.
fine, good.
We
right.
bled into my whole system fell apart 30 minutes ago.
Sorry.
Yeah.
And I do want to get sort of to what Greg said earlier about conflicts of interest, and I think it dovetails exactly into risks. And there are some conflicts that can be cured with disclosure. And I think there are lots that cannot be cured with disclosure. And I think that that's what we have learned in the traditional finance world over a very long period of time, and a lot of investor harm and a lot of various crises that we've had to address. And I do think that the vertical integration we see in the crypto industry, I think that there are some good reasons for it. And that there are some concerning reasons for it. And I don't believe it's just about the prohibition, on the other side, the prohibition of vertical integration in the traditional finance world is not just based on settlement times. There's a lot more that goes on because we have decided in the traditional finance world that we need structural safeguards in place to control things like an exchange that trades on its own platform with a proprietary trading desk. An exchange that issues its own tokens has a real fundamental conflict and vested interest in the token's price. Combining custody with trading means the platform can hold customer funds. That was obviously a serious problem with FTX and Alameda. When one firm is the sole venue and intermediary, competition can be stifled. You can often not see the benefits of best execution, especially if there's no affirmative obligation for it. So that could be something that could help. It can lead to concentration, and that can lead to systemic risks. I don't think we're seeing that, and I think as long as we stay sort of sufficiently decentralized in this space, maybe the systemic risk issue isn't as much of an issue. But I do think that there is a reason that we have decided in the traditional finance world to structurally separate certain conflicts rather than just depend on disclosure. And that is not to say that, I'm a very big fan of disclosure everywhere that we can get it and transparency everywhere we can get it. But I think we've seen a lot of fallout when we have relied on disclosure first and foremost. And I don't want to see those mistakes repeated here.
Christine, you want to jump in?
Yeah, just really quickly. I think the regulations that the SEC can do when they affect people that live in the US that I could probably stalk if I figured out where they live, they're going to be great. They're going to make people safe. Regulations or purported regulations around the resiliency or the value proposition of specific tokens, these are things in a decentralized world that the SEC really cannot control. So, for example, things about boards of directors or governance. In a world with governance tokens and swaps, somebody can undo anything that was disclosed 6 months ago. So I think it's really important for whatever the SEC decides to do to basically make clear that it can speak directly to institutions in the US that are customer facing. It can give you information about tokens and other things that are happening, but it cannot guarantee in any way, shape, or form how those things are going to turn out, right? So telling people what the SEC is not guaranteeing is almost as important as just having a quiet guarantee in the background, just so people understand what they're facing.
It kind of reminds me of doing background. When I came to the Senate, I started researching the origins of the securities laws, and it reminds me of the fights that were had over whether or not the SEC should be given, or the FTC at the time, should be given authority to basically say a security was blessed, or whether or not, hey, it's registered and it meets these disclosure obligations, and whether or not there's a sort of a merits-based system. And it's an interesting discussion we're having now. So first thing I want to say is I co-sign everything Dave said. It was brilliant, and I agreed with my panelists here so far. I think one of the changes that we're a little bit, I think we have to worry a lot about not just investor protection, but the competitiveness of it. And I think when we think about the competitiveness and the efficiency and the integrity, and frankly, the fairness, that's the SEC's mission. Those functions are functions of regulation, right? Like, as you alluded to earlier, if the SEC sets a rule, the market's going to compete to figure out how to maximize their profitability around the structure of that rule. And it doesn't necessarily work the other way around. And in the absence of a clear best execution obligation, there's a heck of a lot of not best execution that goes on. And we would make this market a lot more competitive if there was a more direct best execution obligation. I would argue, now I spend a lot of my time on behalf of large institutional investors thinking about how they manage counterparty risk. And, these things come up when you have moments like Archegos, but these moments come up, frankly, all of the time. And sadly, my career has been marked by extreme moments of that, be it, let's just call it September of 2008. Let's call it, frankly, every 3 or 4 or 5 years, there's these significant moments of counterparty risk. If you're an institutional investor and you believe in a digital asset, it is, and at the same time, you have perhaps a statutorily, maybe state statute, maybe regulatory imposed fiduciary obligation. It is extremely difficult to engage in the native space right now. Those folks at Coinbase and others who are trying to do so are finding it very challenging, in part because they don't get to say, hey, FINRA rules and these SEC structures are protecting you beyond of what I may promise, right? Going back to trust and resiliency, promises are nice from financial firms, but it's a lot better when you have the full force of the federal government ensuring that that trust exists and is well-founded.
I agree, and I think today, when we say assets are backed one for one, it would be nice to say in the future, and by the way, 15c3 and all of these things require that assets
100%.
are segregated and all of those sorts of things. But I do want to go back to something that Dave said, and maybe Dave, a question, which is, today within the broker-dealer, if we're pattern matching to broker-dealer and ATS, that variety of things happen today in the broker-dealer world where you act in a variety of different capacities and you're matching orders. And how in your mind is that different than I think what is proposed to move towards? And those conflicts of interest that happen within a broker-dealer are often cured through disclosure. We're not mandating that it all happen in this sort of broker exchange clearinghouse sort of taxonomy, for example.
I mean, maybe my perspective on this isn't a very popular one. I don't believe they have been cured through disclosure. I'm against ATS is operated by routed broker-dealers, have been for a long time. I'm against internalization and the fundamental conflicts of interest that payment for order flow pose in the equity space. So, we like to say that they have been disclosed away, but they haven't. And we like to say that we get best execution in the traditional equity space. We don't. We get good enough execution and not best execution. I think there's a fundamental difference between those two, and I believe that there are ways structurally we can address those conflicts. And so, sorry.
I want to make one sort of, actually ask a general question about the vertical integration trend that's evolved in the space. And I find myself wondering how much of that is a result of the lack of a regulator taking that industry, that emerging technology, in early enough to help it conform in the right ways, whatever the right levels of segregation are. Because one of the things that it does pose is, going back to my BestX example, between, hey, how do I get best price for my customer if they want access to Bitcoin, if my choices are cash on some exchange or to some bilateral counterparty on the blockchain or an ETF, you have the same problem in trading crypto assets where there's no interconnectivity, right, in between blockchains, between vertical sort of centralized exchange models. And I think there is some oversight needed to the degree BestX is a principled based goal. That will have to be sort of brought in some fashion.
There's also a liquidity sourcing issue too, right? Like, to the extent that if there's only one particular venue to trade it, and I'm not entirely sure that all of the trading on that may be reflected on the chain, I don't know what liquidity may be out there, right? And so if you're an institutional investor, there's a significant amount of risk associated with that particular digital asset. Or maybe you have a couple of places where you may be able to trade. And you again, I hate to go back to like position reporting and trade reporting, but without sort of large position reporting and trade reporting, you don't know what you don't know. And if you're an institutional investor, that's extremely concerning. In a world where governance changes can happen very quickly because of those things, in a world where markets can move very, very quickly. And so I want to piggyback on the top of that.
Austin, let's get you in, yeah.
Yeah, a couple things here. First of all, great conversation. And I think it's interesting to dive deeper onto the security side too, and think through what we can learn from the existing frameworks and regulation. A couple things that I do just want to add though, because I think part of this is also an exercise of, at least my mental model right now, is the assumption I'm operating within is that most of these commodities are actually not going to be regulated by the CFTC, or excuse me, by the SEC, wrong agency. But that you will see that most of those will actually fall out of the jurisdiction, and the question will be, will broker-dealers actually be able to transact these assets? The thing that I will add here is I think striving for best execution is great. I think it is impossible if you're just looking at the US markets, and I think the data 100% proves that, right? And so I think that the question for us to be asking is, if we want to be competitive at a global scale, if we want institutions to come into this market and continue to come in and trade, what is the path for us to actually compete and win volume onshore, right? And I think a couple ideas that I would flag that I think may be longer term, but I think it does make sense for the US to look at whether there is regulatory reciprocity that you could have with different regions outside of the United States, where there may be exchanges that are operating businesses within those. I think a big component of that, from my perspective, I mean, I've probably met with 5,000 institutional customers in the past couple of years. In terms of FalconX, we have over 1,000 that are with us today. I actually hear best execution as an issue very infrequently. I think the majority of the time the issues that I hear are counterparty risk, and how do I basically know that my assets are safe either on this exchange venue or with this custodian, and who is providing leverage and whose role is that within the ecosystem, right? And so I think the broker-dealer components make a lot of sense. I think we should be focused on them, but I think we also need to recognize the reality of this asset class today, whereas you're looking at crypto commodities that are trading globally 24/7, 365. How can we basically tie in liquidity there? And on the tokenized security side, I'd say the biggest issue is actually the lack of any trading activity there, right? Like there's no significant market in tokenized securities today, right? And so if we're looking at the SEC's role in creating this market, I think the question is, how do we actually create a market that has liquidity? Because that's what institutional investors want. And I think in lieu of that happening, it's going to be very difficult to grow and scale this.
I would love to build on where Austin was heading, because something struck me between the exchange with Dave and Greg is, how do we make sure that we're not just saying that a new solution, say disclosures, is imperfect and then reverting to the one known solution, and then simply expanding and expanding and expanding the obligations of that known solution, as opposed to looking at green space and thinking, where do we actually want to be in our future innovation? So I certainly think that's true for segregation or not of functions in crypto trading beyond securities trading. When we think about what we've discussed, that this is global trading that is happening, it is different than anything we've seen before. And so what is the future state that we're heading for? The same thing is true, we touched on it a little bit, about principles of market surveillance. Even though we all we know that sunlight is good. It's good for markets to be open and operating transparently and publicly and fairly. All of that makes sense, but the world is moving towards a space where granular data collection is increasingly available, and that granularity comes with sensitivity of that information, confidentiality of that information, and frankly, uselessness of that information when we're talking about individual day-to-day economic activity. So how are we designing our future market surveillance structures, whether that's in a securities trading regime or a broader trading regime, to operate globally, but assuming we don't want to, and I certainly don't, not march us on a path towards mass surveillance of every single corner of economic activity on the globe. I don't think that's necessary to mitigate any of the risks that any of us care about here today. All of us have a shared interest in preventing bad actors, bad activity, or severe market events. So just kind of echoing what does the future state need to be, and is there more than just the tools we already know of to get there?
And in terms of go ahead.
Sorry, thanks, Nick.
Yeah,
I do want to pick up on one thing that Austin said, that I'm going to agree with you and disagree with you. I'm going to disagree with you about having certain assets go to the CFTC and certain assets go to the SEC. I think we need to stop pretending that it makes sense for there to be two separate regulatory agencies. They should really be merged. So let's not, when we make new rules, we're not going to do that, we're not going to solve that today, but when we make new rules, let's not exacerbate this silly separation that we have. People want to, you can trade triple, the TQQQ is very similar risk profile to a NASDAQ futures contract, but different regulators. So I think we definitely, and that was one of the issues I had with the FIT 21 bill, is that it did have this bifurcation. So I hope we move beyond that in the new market structure bill. But what I think you are absolutely spot on about is the global nature of this asset class, and Catherine echoed that as well. And that's clearly, a lot of these activities are outside the jurisdiction of the SEC. So we have to recognize that the SEC can't regulate everything here. And if we start with saying, well, obviously they can't regulate global markets, then we need to understand that, well, these global markets are going to be trading anyway. And, they may have different prices in Korea or other areas. Is going to those markets best execution or not? So I think we have to think about that. And maybe to your point, Catherine, is that there's going to be other markets that are going to be fully decentralized. No headquarters, no owners, and so forth. And I don't know if it's going to be possible for the SEC to regulate these venues. And so we may end up having to have kind of a version of rules for the US, and there's going to be for the institutional investors and for everyday folks who are less experienced. They can come through a regulated broker-dealer, but we have to be aware this is a global asset class that trades 24/7, and there are going to be pockets, very, very large ones, it sounds like, that are trading outside of the purview of the US government here.
Okay, so I have very bad flashbacks to late 2009 and early 2010, working across the park here in the United States Senate building and trying to negotiate with a very shy person, you may have heard of him, Gary Gensler, about what he thought cross-border derivative regulation should look like. And it went about as well for me as it did for many staff here. I apologize. The reality is these issues aren't new. As it turns out, commodities trade globally. As it turns out, there are other trading venues outside of the US jurisdiction. I think there is something you mentioned earlier about reciprocity. That in and of itself is, as anyone who's ever been involved in that process, sadly I have, some of the people here have as well, it's a bit of a nightmare, but it can be done. And one of the things I think we have to recognize is, much like the commodities markets that Austin just referenced, we're not doing anything that's new here. There isn't anything particular about a Bitcoin trading that's fundamentally different than trading other assets that are also regulated by other venues and other brokers and other regulators outside of our borders. I actually go back again to the OTC marketplace for just a second, because if we think about that marketplace, you have very, very large, very, very public foreign issuers who have lots of liquidity, lots of information issued by the issuer, regulated by somebody else, all the way down to entities that have really no existing issuer and no real transparency still trading on those markets. And if you go to that and try to trade on those markets, one, you may not be able to find quotations, or two, you may find a skull and crossbones on the website actually warning you, this might not be a good idea, right? And if we think about how we want to approach cross-border trading, I think we can learn from some of those things. I don't think we just throw our hands up and say, yeah, we can only do what we can do. I think you do that by bilateral negotiations with other jurisdictions, much like we've had to do in other areas. It ain't fun. It takes a long time. And there's a lot of discussions that have to go back and forth, but you do your best.
Let's actually go to the technology. We talked a little bit earlier about ways in which the commission might be able to actually utilize technology like public blockchains to aid in its mission and regulation and perhaps even surveillance. I'm going to say something that might be a little bit controversial. Forever, the SEC has basically taken an approach where they say our rules are technology neutral. We're not going to differentiate between this tech or that tech. I think it's about time that we might have to actually change that, given the underpinnings of the technology that make something with Catherine's business different than something with Greg's business. And really welcome thoughts from the panel on that.
I mean, I think looking back historically, we were talking about order routing, and in many ways, aspects of a very prescriptive set of market structure rules like NMS did incorporate ways technology had evolved in industry. But I think in many ways it sort of depends, right? You have to separate the technological capabilities of what a said blockchain does. You were talking before about how do you get data off of a particular blockchain. You have to think about latency differently. You have to think about how who is validating transactions? How are those blocks put up? How important is ordering, right? These are very fundamental sort of critical things that have lived in various worlds of trading for a long time. And thinking about that data source, that golden source, is important because you really have to understand at some point, if you want to be able to successfully, I think we believe trust in something, you have to kind of understand what and whom is behind it. So I think the truest form of decentralized finance is a very difficult thing for any modern regulator around the world to kind of wrap their heads around. Because if you want to have access to information and be able to understand the why, it's critical to be able to go back and see those things. So.
But when we're doing things like determining broker status, exchange status, responsibilities, best X, I mean, people don't even know what best X is today for equities, I would argue. So how are we going to know what it is for crypto given all the points that have been discussed today? And when it comes to different technologies, how do we look at that? Catherine, really interested in your thoughts.
Well, I wanted to jump right back to your question on technology neutral, because I think the reason that concept is rightly appealing is to the extent it is risk consistent. But there are new technologies sometimes that changes the risk profile. So technology neutral when the risk is consistent regardless of the technology, but perhaps not technology neutral, or perhaps risk consistency is the overarching principle and technology neutral is a subset of that. So just wanted to add that piece in. I think going back to the example of self-custody wallets versus custody wallets, you wouldn't treat them the same way even though they're both holding an asset, right? You wouldn't say you're technology neutral to a wallet holding an asset when the custodial risk either exists or doesn't. So that might be a really fundamental example.
Thoughts from anybody else? Dave, Austin?
I would say this kind of gets back to like the 211 discussion earlier. Is there enough that's disclosed for the SEC to remain neutral and to be able to remain neutral? And I think we can get there. This is where I will go down the path of disclosure and thinking that this is something that is sorely needed right now, which is this true path to registration and this disclosure standard where maybe this is yet another opportunity for regulatory cooperation with the CFTC and SEC, and maybe with global regulators. I mean, we keep talking about how these are global assets, and they trade 24/7, and there are some differences. I really believe fundamentally between what we have traditionally seen most of our investment and trading volume in the United States, and so it seems like it's a real tremendous opportunity for global cooperation and establishing some global standards. And I thought, again, back to Cumberland's piece, the written proposal with the changes to 211, I thought were really excellent and a great starting point for building off a disclosure regime that can have enough information in it that, then at least investors can make their own determinations around risk and start to get their head around it in a standardized way. Because I think one of the big problems here and one of the big impediments to both institutional and retail adoption has been a lack of standardized disclosures and the inability to get sort of plain language information to less sophisticated people. Not everyone understands the nuances of various consensus protocols across different blockchains. And I think that that information is good to have for all sorts of sophisticated participants and practitioners, but if you want investors to come into this space, you need to get up to their level, and it needs to be something that's consistent so that you can compare different things and make educated choices.
Christine, jump in.
Oh, just a small sort of aside. It's not clear to me that a blockchain is particularly useful for regulatory information. Blockchain will tell me which wallets are holding what, that's fine. I don't know who's behind the wallet. And it's also sort of, when transactions happen, basically things get written onto the blockchain by strategic actors, and they can choose when that information hits. So basically they can do essentially a private transaction. So it's perhaps not the best way of monitoring what people are doing.
So she just tipped off the thing I was going to go to, which is when you're talking about, again, what an institutional investor or what an investor wants to look at, they want to know what the market will look like. And they want to look, they've already made the decision, perhaps, based on whatever they know about the digital asset. So I'm going to set aside what the investor thinks, whether or not they want to make a decision to invest in the asset, and focus on what are the things that once they've decided to make the investment, what are the things that are giving them pause or keeping them out of the markets altogether. A lot of it is that trust, right? And so if one is the trust in the trading of the markets, are they looking at real prices or real data? And if they're only looking at blockchains, they know there might be a lot more to the world than what they can see. They're worried about whether or not their broker may be ripping them off. They're worried about whether or not the asset that is custodied is real and safe and secure and bankruptcy remote. They wonder about whether or not their broker is actually surveying all of the things, and maybe their broker is just sloppy, right? These are all things we can see in traditional trading markets that we can't see here. And so if you try to scale that up to millions or billions of dollars of investment for a single or maybe a handful of institutional investors, those things go from things that maybe I, in my retail crypto account, might ignore, but they're not going to, and they can't.
Chelsea, jump in.
Yeah, I mean, so just piggybacking off of both those comments and kind of thinking about how timing mismatches work between transactions and then it showing up on the blockchain. I think that can sort of actually lead to Austin's point about needing to have commodities being able to be traded alongside with securities, pairs together, because I think otherwise you're going to sort of face a situation where a lot of times that we at Cumberland face today, where you've got sort of one side of the transaction happening in crypto and the other in fiat, and you've just got these timing mismatches where the crypto leg can be settled essentially right away, but then the fiat leg might take a day, it might take multiple days if it's over a weekend, and so to tie to your point about counterparty credit risk, like that, if you're going days with one side having settled the trade and the other one sort of waiting to settle, I think that creates a lot of risk that, if you've got stable coins in the mix and you're able to have a broker dealer that can have, stable coins trading alongside, whether it's tokenized securities or natively digital securities, I think that can help mitigate a lot of the, counterparty credit risk that you have. But I think there are a number of barriers to that. And I think one is this concept of, automatic 100% haircut that we saw, in the vacated dealer rule and otherwise for, non-security crypto assets. And I think, maybe that's justified for some, crypto assets out there that are, less liquid, more volatile. But I just think, for Bitcoin, for Ether, for stable coins, just to say automatically we have 100% haircut, without kind of looking at the data of is that warranted? I think, that's going to kill a business where, if you're trying to put, commodities and securities, crypto assets together under one roof, I just think it's going to make it prohibitively expensive to do that. So I think we should at least have sort of a data-driven look at whether that makes sense and whether, maybe we start with sort of the standard 20% haircut for readily marketable commodities. We say, which crypto assets do we think are readily marketable? I think, sort of piggybacking off of what John said, if we've got crypto assets that are liquid enough to support, ETPs trading on the underlying or futures trading on the underlying, maybe that's a good place to start of do we think those are readily marketable? Do we think those could have a haircut less than 100%? But those are just my thoughts.
And we're at time, and I think that's actually a really good segue to session 2 at 3:30. So we're going to take about a 30-minute break. I hope our internet friends are still here with us. Thank you for everyone here who's stuck with us, and I thought that was a really great conversation. Looking forward to picking it back up. Thanks, everybody.
All right, thank you. If you guys will just humor me for a minute. We've been having a great conversation on stage, but if you're in the audience here, I want you to turn to your right, and I want you to say hello to the person if
Ladies and gentlemen, please take a seat.
We're not on, are we? Mr. AV, are we on? We are, okay. So we're live. I was just standing here awkwardly, staring into nothingness. Hey, everybody in internet world. Good to have you back. Hopefully we have almost as many people as we had earlier. I do get it that it's a Friday. Thank you for everyone who's here, who has stuck with us. Maybe you just don't want to go back out in the rain, or the ice cream that we had was keeping you around. But I'm glad we're still all here. We're going to go through our second session today, during which we're going to talk about ways in which the SEC can actually advance the ball and its mission with regulating crypto trading, with whatever that takes shape in. I'm encouraged by the conversation we had during the first session. I feel like it was lively, spirited. We covered a lot of ground, and it's the first step that the SEC can take in terms of listening to the industry related to crypto trading. Before we get actually to the panel discussion, I'd like to add another personal anecdote. I feel like if I'm up here, I have to at least do something and say a little bit. And I'm actually going to give a nod to Commissioner Purr. She had a speech a couple months ago called Sheep in the Steep. And I don't think it had a crypto thread woven through it, or at least if you did, it went over my head. I didn't pick it up. But it was really about these lofty expectations and these bighorn sheep that were able to scale up this really, really steep mountain against all odds. And it made me think of a children's book that I've read to both of my kids called Sheep in the Jeep. And it's about these wacky sheep who are driving this Jeep. Anybody know it? Yeah, okay. So Sheep in the Jeep tells this story of these wacky sheep, literally, who are in this rickety old Jeep, and they're really trying to get it up this hill. It's really steep, and they're pushing and pulling, and they finally get it to the top of the hill. They're high-fiving, and they're excited, and they're celebrating, but they lose focus, and the Jeep ends up rolling down the hill, and it gets stuck in a puddle of mud. They're like, oh, shoot, what do we do now? So they're struggling to get the Jeep out of the mud. They're pushing, they're pulling, and it's not until some friends come over to help them that they're actually able to get the Jeep out of the mud. They're high-fiving again, they're celebrating. It's basically like that scene out of Zoolander with the orange mocha frappuccinos, you know the one? The sheep behind the wheel isn't paying attention. He's looking back, high-fiving his buddies, and they crash into a tree. And as the book says, the Jeep goes thud. So sadly, that reminds me of crypto. Lots of highs, lots of lows. And as we go through this conversation, which is going to be a multi-year conversation, by the way, I think it's important to not only celebrate the highs, but remember the lows and always continue to look forward so we don't go thud into a Jeep. With that, let's get started. We're going to start down the opposite end of the table this time. So, John, you're up first. And what I'd love to hear from everybody is, if given one wish, if you could wave a magic wand and get one wish regarding a change that the SEC could make or some step the SEC could take with respect to regulating crypto, what would that be?
It would be, as we go through these series of roundtables, to the degree I used this word a couple of times in the first session, as much precision as possible about what it is the problem is that we want to solve, rather than here's this interesting solution, what are some problems it could solve? I think that helps lead to, and these will be things we'll talk about later, the durability of changes is really, really important. And I think durability of changes and how they impact, whether it involves securities and tokenization, or it's just about assets that are considered crypto, that durability is what will, stand the test of time. But obviously, to the degree we can make changes along the way incrementally, I think that's a positive. So precision would be my ask.
I didn't hear a change that you wanted to make happen.
I have incremental ones if you'd like to hear.
Yeah, give me one.
Okay. I do think, and this is also something I said in the beginning, I think where entities that are currently regulated by the SEC, so this could include broker-dealers, it could include custodians, it could include clearinghouses, it could include ATSs, could include exchanges, where there are use cases that make sense from a practitioner perspective, as well as from an agency and service provider perspective, to allow, I think the appropriate types of crypto assets, which probably are more in the commodity token space, to be included in, the BD construct, to make the create redeem process more efficient from a capital perspective and from an issuer perspective in terms of how they look at the AP-LP relationship. Oftentimes it's the same firm, but they have to work, they kind of have to go at it on the fly to figure out how to approach the LP space, because it's an unregulated entity that they're having go out and get the Bitcoin and deliver it to the custodian. And then just from the custodian or clearing perspective, where products exist that are linked to the price, or there's a NAV on the price of that underlying asset, there can be tremendous collateral efficiencies that come from it. So I think little things like that, while they don't seem like really big ideas, they can help unlock potential that, I don't think any of us on the panel quite know what that potential could be, but I do think those are areas that, I certainly hear from market participants would be welcomed.
Yeah, and I think for me and for Cumberland, as a market participant, I think just clarity on sort of the scope. And I think the first question that we talked about what's within the SEC's jurisdiction, what's within the CFTC's, I know folks on the panel have, I agree with what everyone said about, sort of the confusion and the, sort of investor harm, market participant harm, inefficiencies that come with, having to spend so much time sort of trying to figure that out. And hopefully, eventually we have legislation that sort of puts in place a clear dividing line. But in the meantime, I just think, right now, sort of, the courts were, sort of coming to different conclusions, and there's sort of just a lot of question out there. And I think if the SEC could have guidance or rulemaking, while we wait for legislation that, for example, clarifies circumstances in which secondary market transactions would or wouldn't be viewed as falling within their jurisdiction versus being commodities under the CFTC's jurisdiction. I think that would be really helpful, even just specific scenarios, like I mentioned earlier, of, for example, if there's no pooling of an investor's assets with the issuer for network development with the SEC, or what did staff say, maybe that's not an investment contract. I think just specific examples and sort of, rather than kind of just a long list of questions, or, I think that would be really helpful just while we wait for legislation. I think it could be helpful.
Richard, you're up.
So my wish is that we get to a place where there's a regulatory framework such that we can deploy blockchain throughout capital markets. I believe it's a better technology for what we're trying to do. With blockchain, you have a complete record of securities ownership and transaction history, and it's designed for transfer of value. So much of the things that we do in equities, fixed income, and so forth today. And the way that we get there, or the way we start to get there, is let's use the blockchain as the official record of ownership for securities. Let's use smart contracts for settlement. And let's use stable coins or tokenized treasuries for the cash leg of security settlements as well. There's 3.
So it's like there's a genie, right? If there's 3 wishes, we all get 3 wishes.
I'll give you 3. If you're willing to share 3, I'll give you 3.
I feel like my fundamental wish has probably already come through, which is that I certainly hope we don't, or by we, not we, the Commission does not deliberately or accidentally undermine the benefits and the future potential of decentralized finance technology by requiring it to act or look just like CeFi. So maybe the additional wish on top of that is for the SEC to be a champion for the importance of peer-to-peer transactions, self-custody technology, and the value of the privacy and the safety to everyday people that can come from that type of technology. Because I think that embracing that technology and where it can take us does a lot to check against the level of trust that right now investors, everyday people, are required or necessarily have to place in third parties, in the traditional intermediaries in any financial market.
So I'll try. I have a few sort of broad things. I mentioned this at the beginning, sort of, the idea that we should really look at this next opportunity through first principles again and really re-examine which things do we really need and which things do we really not need, and make sure we're not bringing along with us into this new world of digital assets and blockchain and all the things that Richard, correctly said are possible encumbrances that actually will hold it back or not make it as good as it potentially can be. The specific things I would say are really helping refine what started as the special purpose broker-dealer regime and making clearer the rules around custody within a broker-dealer framework that would allow us to, to bring an ATS into scope and begin to really experiment. And, I think along with that will come exemptive relief around order protection rule and some of those things that will be required in order to make that framework work. And also a recognition that, and I think Austin made a really good point on the sort of global sense, and we've talked about it before, that these are a recognition somehow in that framework that commodities and securities need to not just live side by side, but integrate in a way that, I think when we use the word side by side, it actually doesn't do justice to, I think, what we're asking for, which is a completely holistic and integrated market structure that allows them to trade, allows them to be transacted. And also, I think importantly, which we haven't really talked a lot about, is recognizing that there's a broad universe of potential token types, including those that have consumptive use, and they need to live side by side in wallets and other things so that people can use them day to day in their activities. And so when we have the conversation about securities and commodities, it sort of leads us to believe that there are these very clear swim lanes, but in actual fact, it's nowhere near going to be that, that clean and precise, I would say.
The thing that I would wish for would be that the capital formation role of markets be part of the conversation. One thing that we want is we want a way for people to come up with incredibly clever new things that require tokens as a means of getting those things to work as business models and be able to essentially sell them on exchanges in a way that makes consumers comfortable and the markets are liquid and basically the economy grows. And so I think it's really, really important when thinking about the market layer just to recognize the reason why we have markets is so people who are innovating can actually get funding from people who want to put this in their portfolio and grow the economy with it. And so that would be my wish.
Great, yeah, and agree with a lot of the things that have been set up here. One thing that I would add that the acting chairman touched on at the beginning too, is also, a lot of my points have been around like U.S. competitiveness globally and the opportunity for us to build the leading market, both in crypto and I would say digital asset securities too. I think one of the challenges that I see within that is this patchwork of regulation that we have across so many different regulators today, right? If you are a company that's operating similar to a FalconX or a Coinbase and operating either on the institutional or retail side of the market, you can easily end up in a scenario where you have over 50 regulators, right? Including all of the states and CFTC, SEC. And if you want to be a global firm, which I do not believe you can be in this asset class and operate at scale without also operating global businesses here, you need to, obviously be registered in those different regions. And so I think to the extent the SEC can work in consolidating and some sort of federal preemption in these different areas, I think custody is an interesting area to look at. I also think to the extent there's an opportunity to look at that for trading, that would be a big unlock for firms here to be competitive, not just in the US, but also at a much more global scale.
So if I was thinking of one small thing that could change, I would just say merge the SEC and the CFTC. Just a little ask. And then dramatically increase funding and technology and teams of quants and such. So I assume those are easy things to do and can be done pretty quickly. But if I'm thinking of harder things, maybe something as simple as saying that tokenized shares that are fungible with registered securities shouldn't require separate registrations or disclosures if they're trading on a registered exchange. So I know we're talking about sort of ATS versus exchange, and I'm going to come down on the side of I'd rather see things on a national securities exchange. I'm going to say I think there's good arguments either way on the issue, but I'm going to come down on the national securities exchange, and I'm going to equate it to something like, we have options contracts that don't require this, kind of crazy separate registration process or anything. There's a short form registration process for like an ADR. These things all seem very equivalent to me to tokenized securities. And I think if we look at where the US could really lead right now and where the SEC has a central role, it would be in this space of tokenized securities, where we have the largest securities market in the world and the opportunity to allow our existing regulatory framework to expand and encompass a new class of securities, or maybe not. Maybe they're not securities, they're tokenized securities. But there's enough crossover and fungibility that there's a lot I find appealing to maintaining this model, and then to sort of build on what has just been said by a couple of the other panelists, that you need to extend that to down the line so that brokers can again custody and manage both traditional securities and crypto asset securities and tokenized securities. And I think that fits really nicely into our current regulatory framework and doesn't require a lot to enable. And I think that there are exchanges or ATSs that could really thrive in that, with that approach. And then we can kind of grow from there and try and figure out the more thorny issues of how do we really get this deep cooperation between regulatory agencies? How do we get this deep cooperation between global regulatory authorities, which I really struggle to see a way that the world can approach this industry without, way more cooperation and intertwining of resources than we've ever proven, able to before.
Thanks, everyone. Greg, did you want to go?
Can I just want to add one thing, which is when I'm advocating for a broker-dealer in an ATS model, that's not to the exclusion of an exchange model. And I think what the ATS what ATS showed us was that it wasn't just competition among participants, but competition among business models that actually got us to the best possible place. And so I didn't want to leave the impression it's to the exclusion of, but rather in addition to.
John, yeah, go ahead.
One thing to Greg's point that I think is critical, absent the label you want to put on a venue where people transact, right? ATS has evolved, again, for different reasons at a particular point in time, and there's a structure that exists now that is, allows for more flexibility than what national securities exchanges are required to do. I think the critical piece with this is again, understanding the use cases. I think there's certainly a number of interesting areas where tokenization of some security obviously makes a lot of sense in terms of more efficient collateral management from a clearing and settlement purpose. On the trading side, I think it's interesting. The use cases I've heard that resonate the most are kind of on the margins, right? That doesn't mean it's not something to explore, but the key is to not bifurcate the current share class structure and, think of something like a corporate action like a dividend. A dividend fundamentally flows through from the issuer, is given to the DTCC, goes through a transfer agent to make sure that all shareholders of record get that payment, right? And I think we have to be mindful of unnecessary fragmentation of, there's a similar share class that was somehow separated by someone trying to carve it out and leave it in a wallet somewhere like that. That's not a good thing, right? That's not something that's in the public interest. For what reason are we allowing that to happen? So I think where things aren't broken today, we have to be careful not to let the vertical integration part of the legacy crypto world, which I think is probably a function of, as I said before, the lack of regulatory structure that was willing to welcome them in, to not, create excessive issues such as the dividend example. So I think it's important.
Christine, I know you're short on time. Is there anything you wanted to jump in with generally, any area?
It's sort of awkward, but no.
Sorry, okay. Okay, I just wanted to give you a chance, yeah. That's okay. Let's talk about trading of assets that might start out as an investment contract and therefore a security. And let's just say it's Friday, we want to think optimistically. Let's just say there's some guidance from Christine, thank you. There's some guidance from the commission or the staff that, what is maybe an investment contract to begin and later just simply an orange doesn't need to go through an SEC registered broker or exchange. Thoughts? Round robin, anybody can jump in.
Well,
Richard, do you want that?
I think that what I heard there was that it starts in an investment contract and changes. I mean, if it's an investment contract, it should probably still be offered in the same way, whether it's Reg D, Reg A, or registration.
At the outset, you're suggesting?
At the outset,
yes.
Yes. I think what there's been some discussion on over the years is, how does it evolve? What does that process look like? There's a term sufficiently decentralized. I don't know if that matters anymore, if that's a thing that people are looking at. But at the same time, we've had, tokens that are sold in a securities contract with the knowledge that the tokens aren't the securities. So I don't really have an answer for you. I just had they were just my comments on that.
Mm-hmm. By a show of hands, do we want and need that guidance? I mean, raise it proud if you're going to raise it. Yes, okay. Okay. Yeah.
Raising that we would want the guidance that this is the case, correct?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure.
Yes.
We don't want no guidance. Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, I think
for each of your business models, is it important to get that? I think the answer is probably yes for most.
Yeah, I think, look, to talk from more of a markets perspective in terms of what we've seen within this space over the previous years, or the previous like year and a half really at this point. I think the great thing about blockchain and tokens is that they're open, freely transferable. And within that, they can enable a lot of both financial and non-financial use cases that otherwise would have been impossible. I think at the same time, I think some of the challenges can be identifying, and especially for investors at the initial stage, the actual quality of the investment that they're making, if they're making that for investment purposes. And if I look at that from a institutional market perspective, right, we don't service retail directly. FalconX deals with a number of institutions from asset managers, venture capital firms, hedge funds, et cetera. And many are playing at the earlier stage side of that market where they may be looking to like seed net new layer ones as an example, or distributed file sharing applications or whatever that is. I do think that when I talk to customers, they would value some sort of framework for those initial issuances. So there's at least standards and disclosures of what that is. Then I think the question is at what point, and we've been discussing this for years, those applications then become sufficiently decentralized. I think to the extent that happens, it will be very powerful for the space, not just from an investment perspective, but I'd say from a broader adoption perspective too. I think the interesting thing that I've seen over the previous couple of years, or really like the last year or so, as we've started to move more towards regulatory clarity here, is I think you have a lot of people, both entrepreneurs and established companies, who have been in the sidelines from this space and have actually not necessarily we have great talent within this space, but I don't think that we're operating at 100% in terms of the net new talent that we're attracting or the companies that we're investing within this market. And I think that the benefit of regulatory clarity there is I would expect you would see large US like technology companies move into this space. I would expect you would see more Web 2 entrepreneurs moved into this space because they'll have more certainty in terms of like what they're able to do and the corresponding like risks that they're taking. So I think that there's a lot of benefits to that being the case that would create a much better and more robust market itself.
Some of these, Nick, strike me as maybe the things that we're hoping for from congressional action in the bill that's making its way through, in addition to the taxonomy from a capital raising perspective, when something transitions from one thing to another and those sorts of things. So, my sense is we'll have that sooner than later. But since we're asking for things, that'll be a fourth thing, if we can ask for that. But that, I think, is where that will come from as opposed to, guidance at the agency level.
Okay, Chelsea?
I was just going to say, I think, to Austin's point of, wanting sort of disclosures at the outset where, maybe a network hasn't become sufficiently decentralized, you're sort of in the initial sale where you think, maybe this is an investment contract. Theoretically, it should be registered, but we've all seen, sort of the issues with typical, Securities Act registration for a lot of these tokens. I think, Commissioner Peirce's proposed, Rule 195, I think, that set of disclosures, I think, at least we think, is sort of a very reasonable place to start of, making sure that information is out there and that, people like, Austin's customers, other market participants can have the information that they need to be informed. And then, but I think it also sort of gives a good set of, criteria for when, a network has become sufficiently decentralized. There are, people other than sort of the initial project team who are, working on the network, developing it, able to, maybe operate applications on it and able to participate in governance so that it's, there are sort of metrics that I think are helpful and sort of having this sort of exit report idea of like, okay, now we know that it's either become sufficiently decentralized and there's sort of this marker of, so, okay, then it doesn't need to be registered, or, it does need to be registered and sort of here's the process that you go through. So I think that kind of, until, like Greg said, until there is legislation, if, something like that were done in the interim, maybe legislation happens as quickly as we all hope and we don't need it, but, sort of we'll see, but.
Go ahead, Dave, yeah.
Yeah, I'll admit that this is like a question I really struggle with because, it's almost like saying when, in the traditional finance world, you have the primary offering and then you have secondary trading. And it's always been sort of this clear connection that what you're trading is a security because, for all the various reasons that it satisfies, these legal tests. And then we get into this space and it's like, yes, okay, so there was a security offering. Let's say there was. That was the primary offering, and now you're into secondary trading, and there can come a point where it's not a security. And I think without that kind of clarity, I don't understand how you can have something trade on the secondary market. Even it's almost like this is a great example of where our current structures from the traditional finance world really start to break down. Because they didn't, I don't think, conceive of this particular scenario, and yet this is like so common in crypto. And I think it's really hard for those of us who are so used to the world of equities, of secondary trading, to say, no, it's something fundamentally changes about it as it moves from primary to secondary. That's still, like, I really struggle with making sense of that. And so I do think if there was this clear set of criteria to determine that something exited, yeah, that would make perfect sense. But without that, to me, it still really feels like a security that's in the secondary market that you're, expecting to go up in value because of the success of this venture, even if it's maybe decentralized, so it's not a common enterprise. And this is why, like, I don't know, I really struggle with this question, and I don't know if that's helpful at all, but maybe once we get to that point, it would make a lot more sense.
I think that the reason you struggle with it is because the use of investment contract as the security catch-all to try to capture crypto trading is not fit for purpose. And it may be fit for purpose for a primary offering, but it's not fit for purpose for a secondary offering, whereas stock and equities, those are defined categories of security. So you do not have to fit it into the concept of an investment contract. If you did, we would probably have that same problem, right? So I do think it's important to get more guidance, whether that is from the SEC or through legislation, on primary offerings and secondary transactions of assets, of digital assets. I think that is still something where more crispness about how we're going to categorize things, however we end up choosing to do that, would prevent us from getting in this quagmire of, well, let's pull this language and stretch it in this direction a little beyond where it could possibly be stretched.
It's kind of, this is a good question, Nick, because it's kind of one that's got us all sitting here, all kind of thinking. And, this is, again, just off the top of my head here, like, part of the narrative over the last few years was like, how do we avoid being a security? We don't want to be a security. But maybe it should be more about, it doesn't matter as long as there's a registration process. Maybe it doesn't matter as much. Like, to take Reg A for an example, is there a way we could use that? And, it's an easy way. There's disclosures. We understand it. It's available to retail. There's secondary trading. There's some SEC qualification. And it doesn't really matter too much if it's a security down the line. And maybe that's just an idea I'm putting out.
John, were you going to say something too?
I was actually going to agree with Dave that it's hard for me to wrap my head around it. I think what Catherine and Richard said helped. I think it's interesting to me to think about, are we talking about private enterprises that want to use use aspects of this technology, like Christine talked about capital formation, right? And so one area where smart contracts and technology in this area could be interesting is allowing an issuer and an individual investor, or even a pool of investors, to access private companies earlier, right? And that's important because it's one area where the technology's evolved in a lot of ways. There's a much higher degree of fidelity of control there to give the issuer a bit more control and things like a vesting period where they might need to feel comfortable, giving more robust financial disclosures, transparency around who the ownership and where it's transferred to. And those types of things could lead in a very healthy way to more retail participation in IPOs. Like, that's a really good thing. I don't get how that could not become a security though. But I think, that's that's something that hopefully we'll get clarity from out of the first panel, the first roundtable.
Yeah, I think one thing that I'd chime in on, because I think that this is like a fundamental challenge in a space that's so heavily driven by like decentralized applications, is like it's just branded really poorly overall, right? Like even if you think about the term cryptocurrency, everyone talks about like cryptocurrency asset class. It's like how many of the top 100 tokens are trying to be money or currency? Like Bitcoin and a few stable coins, right? And I think the reason these conversations, I agree with you, they become complex, and I think they break like the traditional framework and thinking, is like in many ways you're actually just looking at running the next version of the internet over some application, right? And so the way I would think through it and the way I've like got my head around it is like, okay, if I think about like a decentralized file storage network as an example, how does that run on a securities exchange, right? Like it just logically does not make sense, right? And I think that you have similar like with an L1, like an L1 is just like a new version of computing, right? And so if that's going to sit on a securities exchange, like I think that the fundamental use cases actually then don't work. And so I think that's the challenge. And on the other side, you definitely have financial applications that should be securities, right? Tokenized money market funds, treasuries. I don't think anyone has an argument that those are not securities in the ways that they're acted. But I think the question is basically, okay, what are these different applications endeavoring to be, and whether those are financial or realistically just internet and technology applications, and then how do you actually ensure the highest probability of success for those?
Go ahead, Dave, yeah.
So just a small ask again, like we just need this comprehensive taxonomy of crypto assets with clear regulatory assignments, right? And then everything would be solved. But I think like those are great points. And also like what you're saying, John, and what Christine said earlier, if this helps us provide more opportunities at earlier stages to individual investors, that can be an incredibly good thing. What we have seen in the regulated space is that the opportunities for individual investors have declined dramatically as fewer companies go public, and the ones that do are much bigger. And people don't get to participate in that wealth creation process like they used to, and that's really a problem. And this is an area where I really like the idea of using Reg A, or Irvin. We funded ourselves with Reg CF, and it was a very reasonable process. And we have 2,200 retail investors in our company, and we're registered with the SEC. And it all worked out really well. And I get what you're saying, Austin, about the distributed file store on an exchange makes no sense. But there are level 1 protocols where I think you could easily imagine that the token or the representation of that can trade on a registered securities exchange, but not the application of it, right? You can be running a staking node, for example, or a proof of work node, whatever it is, a miner, and generating these tokens, but then have a place where you have all of the standard protections that you would expect from the registered world, and you can take it there, and now suddenly you have a much larger market and a much broader participant base if you want to sell your tokens. And I don't know that is where we're going to get to, because I don't know that like L1 tokens are securities in most situations. But I do think there's sort of a delineation there between trading something versus the core operations of a network.
Go ahead, Greg. Yeah.
Just one slightly bigger picture point I wanted to make is that among all the things we've talked about, the real promise of this happens as we move closer and closer to DeFi and closer to decentralization. And the point about the benefits to the consumer extend to things like participating in governance, participating in the ability to be part of the proxy process, to be part of a lot of things. And there's going to be a period that's going to take a long time before we have things that look like centralized exchanges that are happening in DeFi and those kinds of things. But that's the direction of travel, and that's the thing I think that will make the surveillance easier. It will make a whole lot of things a lot better. We're going to live in a world for good period of time where what's happening in the broker-dealer world and in the ATS and exchange world and surveillance will be complicated, but I think we also do have to start with the end in mind here as well, which is what we want to get to should be much easier, and it should be on-chain, and it should be easier for retail and others to be in control of their key material and to be able to participate in capital formation, whether it's through capital raises or in the voting process and a handful of other things. I think starting with that vision in mind, I think, is critically important.
I guess I also just wanted to add to the conversation since, Richard, I think you raised a fair point. Well, are we at a point where we could more comfortably categorize more assets as securities? But I do think the answer is no. The reason we categorize certain assets, well, a reason that we categorize certain assets as securities is that there's often a significant information asymmetry, and they are meant to be an investment that comes with promises from a third party that you have to rely on. That is a narrow category of things, and not all investments at all, if we're talking about investors, not all investments at all meet that. And certainly this maybe goes to what Austin was explaining about, different types of tokens or assets or blockchains. Not all of that in any way could be mapped onto what a traditional consideration of a security might be. And I don't think it should, because then we may prevent the invention and use of digital things that are very important to our future, that maybe someone will use as an investment, but have very important other uses, and we do not want to stifle what those future uses are.
Can we sit on capital formation for a minute? The driving question I have is, why haven't we seen more tokenized offerings, like real regular Reg D offerings, Reg A+? Is there an impediment or other blockage that is an SEC issue that they can maybe seek to fix? Is it, what's the answer there?
I think we might go back to my wish list for that one. I think there are some limitations that we've had to work around. The blockchain is not allowed to be the official record of ownership, generally speaking. So there's been a transfer agent has been required to maintain off-chain books and records. So then you're not really able to take advantage of a lot of the benefits of blockchain. If you've got this kind of, if you look at nearly every tokenized money market fund filing, they use the words, oh, and by the way, there's an ancillary blockchain record. They have to call it an ancillary blockchain record. And then when it comes to, we want to bring about a lot of the benefits of instant settlement and transparency and so forth. And then there's a problem when you get to use smart contracts. So what a smart contract can do is, and it happens all the time in DeFi, is you put one asset in that's the buyer asset and another asset that's being sold. And if there's a match, if the price is right, then they automatically settle, going to the counterparties there. In traditional securities world, there's a big question of possession and control. Like, who is in control of that asset? And it can't be, generally speaking, it has scared regulators that the idea that a computer code could be in control of the asset, especially when you have, frankly, a lot of very negative headlines around hacking and so forth, and risks around that. So I think if we could move forward on those two areas, then I think we'd be able to really start realizing a lot of the benefits that we want, companies like my company want to bring to traditional capital markets. But we really have to lean into the technology and use some of this kind of innate functions and features that they have to do that.
I'd like to add to that because I think Richard hit on a really key point, because one of the key benefits to blockchain technology is this idea of the efficiencies and transparency you can have into the clearing and settlement process. And I know that's another roundtable, but I'm just going to dip into it for a second because it's something that I hear a lot of, that we have a very opaque system today in equities. And there is this vision of a completely transparent future where everything settles on chain and all records are visible and traceable. And and if not instantaneous, near instantaneous. And I think that's a very laudable goal. Like, I think that is a place that we can get to, that you can introduce true efficiencies into the traditional finance world, let alone, enable a whole new space in the tokenized securities world. So it seems like a really smart change to make.
Yeah, I think a couple thoughts on the initial issuance side. One is, I think we touched on it in terms of like the process from going to initial issuance, like security, to like commodity at some point. I think to the extent there is clarity there, I think more launches will happen in the US. I think that happens, just not here. And so I think that's one component. But I think that that's actually more on the decentralized network side of the space. My second point, which is my personal opinion, is that I think for like private company capital raising and formation, I think there can often be a negative selection bias in terms of the assets that basically get listed. Because if I think about us, we're a venture-backed company backed by like Excel, Lightspeed, Fidelity, GIC, and others. Like, that's the capital that's most attractive for us to take for a number of different reasons, versus basically going public early without the benefits of being a public company, right? And having this liquid security that's ultimately trading. So I think that's a challenge. I don't know the solution to that, and I don't necessarily know if that actually is a problem that needs to be solved. The last thing that I would mention is I think, I think on the like global side and like looking at tokenization, I mean, my perspective is that the largest demonstration of tokenization that we've seen to date has been the tokenization of fiat currency on chain with stablecoins, right? And I think it's often not talked about in the context of tokenization for whatever reason. But I think if you look at the use case that's actually being tapped in there, and we service customers in a lot of or B2B2C, wealth or investment platforms, payment companies in different emerging markets, the use case is people in those markets holding US dollars, right? And the benefit that they're getting through tokenization is basically exporting a US financial product, in that demonstration, a dollar, for someone to basically hold. And I think that that's actually the most interesting use case that I've seen of tokenization, right? Is like, yes, there will be efficiencies in trading. I think like tokenizing US equity markets, to me personally, is less interesting. But I think if we're looking at like tokenized money market funds, treasuries, different instruments like that can get broad, wide-scale adoption outside of the United States and actually give the US capital markets a completely different lens to what they're able to tap into, I think that is actually super interesting.
I think one area where that, I think, scales is when you think of it as a use case for more efficient collateral management. And that there's a benefit there, and we may talk about this later, but I wanted to make this point at the end of the first session. I think another thing that people kind of, I think, connect naturally to the idea of a stable coin is its usage for on-chain settlement, or otherwise known as atomic settlement. And I think Chelsea had brought up at the end, there are sometimes there are time differences between when one counterparty might settle versus another, and one thing that I think is often overlooked with very mature markets like, say, U.S. equities and others that have a fixed settlement cycle is, I think it's really important not to discount all that goes into the centralized clearing process, right? You have netting, you have obviously collateral efficiency, you have a very complex world of liquidity provision that, risk is nonlinear, right? So if I hold a position in one thing, I'm not offsetting it when I sell it, right? And a lot of that is driven by, balance sheet, lending, things that go into that clearing process kind of can create a different outcome than a pre-funded trade. So the example I like to use is if you have any stock, you might have the pre-funded price, and then you might have the T+1 price. And you might logically think the T+1 price is going to be the time value of that money. But what if it isn't, right? And it may not be, because there are other things that make that T+1 price a little bit more efficient. And so I think as we think of stable coins and atomic settlement, it's important to kind of understand almost settlement as maybe a spectrum rather than a either or, right? So I think that's a key point.
Greg, I'm going to put you on the spot. We've talked a little bit about Reg ATS and that maybe being a model
Yes.
for crypto activity, crypto trading. Under Reg ATS, there are some, I'll call them carve-outs or exemptions for certain activity that is under a certain threshold, and you don't need to do some of the stuff in Rule 301. Do you think that could serve as a good model for even new entrants if we're trying to promote competition, say a de minimis threshold under which, like the capacity and integrity part of Rule 301, where they might not actually need to either apply for a certain status or comply with certain SEC requirements?
I do. I think that, I think if I look at the market structure today, that the best way to come into something that looks like the overall national market system today is the ATS framework. I think that if I think back to the origin of ATS and the benefits that had, it encouraged people to participate in that. It was a framework that more easily allowed for the creation, and then over time it evolved to be more stringent, and you learned as it went, and we now have sort of the next iteration of ATS. But I think it was the right thing at the right time, and it feels to me like that is exactly the sort of thing that, or something like it, that's required for crypto and digital assets now.
Go ahead, John.
One thing just to follow up on that, to take a slightly different vantage point on it. I think the original Reg ATS kind of brought forth the ECN competition to the existing national securities exchanges, and I think they operated very much like exchanges, right? Anonymous limit order books with some disclosure. They had quotes. There was no market structure framework to make them a part of the national NBBO. Many of them would quote NASDAQ listed names pre-NMS through NASDAQ systems, but post-NMS, all of those ATSs became exchanges. And then what happened, right? There was this structure laying around, and a bunch of smart people said, oh, we can use this internally to pair off internal interest, right? To save on execution costs. The cleverness of the broader marketplace, and I mean that in a good way, right? I think we have brilliant people that work in all of these industries that when you let them think about either working with the rules of the road as they exist or help create new rules of the road, interesting things happen. But the follow-on to ATS, ATSN and other parts of it really were, I think, a response to how this thing was used in a different way once you shut the quote off. So I think it's an interesting example of the law of unintended consequences, and who knows what the right structure is. I think it depends on what it is, again, precisely we want to accomplish and we want to do.
I would argue we're closer to the start of when sort of ATS was invented, and this is sort of a nascent and formative asset class that needs a slightly more plastic environment to grow up in, if you will. And then at some point it may turn out exactly that way, but I think at the moment, the more flexible it is so that we can learn and adapt, I think the better. I think the moment we put the rigid, Form 1 sort of structure on a very nascent asset class, I think we will not see the kind of evolution and competition, all the benefits that we had out of that I think we can get.
I think you both make good points. And it makes me think of some of the existing market structure struggles that we continue to have. I mean, Dave, you mentioned earlier that you wanted to bring crypto trading on exchanges. We can't even bring equity trading on exchanges. But execution quality is fantastic. You've got, I think it is, 50 or 60 NMS ATSs, almost as many exchanges at this point. And it's a very fragmented market structure. And then, of course, you've got the market makers who are doing, not without ATSs, are just internalizing orders. But it kind of works. I don't really have an answer here. I'm just saying, there's not a perfect world in either scenario, but certainly the ATS model has worked. And when you look at the end result, it's generally been good for investors.
Yeah, and I raised it because the goal of this second session is to ideally give the commission and the staff some ideas that they can run with. And I know almost everyone has submitted a comment letter, or, ideas or responses to the request for information. When I think about ATS, two things come to mind. One is we have this known model. For better or worse, though, that known model requires that as a prereq to becoming an ATS, you must become a registered broker-dealer and FINRA member. Anybody have any thoughts about that? Is that something we would be comfortable perpetuating, or is that something that we think would actually be perhaps detrimental to the path forward?
Well, I do want to just, to Richard's point, I think it's such a huge problem that more equity trading is not on exchange, and from an execution quality, but really from a market quality perspective, I think it has led to wider spreads, and in fact, the levels of internalization we have in the equities market leads to 25% wider spreads than we otherwise would have. And I know we're not here to talk equities, but it's hugely problematic, which is why maybe I lean more towards getting trading on exchange in crypto where possible, because I think that the transparency and the price discovery process works fundamentally better on exchange, or almost at all. But maybe that's not a great analogy to crypto, and so maybe that's sort of like my biases coming out. But I do think when you think about using ATS, I think one of the things I said earlier was we could expand the definition of special purpose broker-dealer, and that is a nice pathway towards being able to trade and custody both crypto assets and traditional securities, and that seems like a good pathway towards potentially being able to leverage ATS. As Greg said, alongside national securities exchanges, which should have a role in this, and I do think there is a lot of interest out there that I see, and I advise one company that they want to be a national securities exchange and trading tokenized securities, and they have very novel and innovative thoughts and model on that, on how they can develop that sort of book, the digital book alongside the traditional book, and bridge things back and forth. And to me, that kind of innovation in the exchange space is very exciting, potentially maybe more so than in the ATS space, but I definitely see the argument for having both of these as options, for sure.
Seems like you ignored my question. Do we need?
I said special purpose broker-dealer.
Do we need FINRA in the mix for whatever this crypto trading activity is that may or may not be through an ATS-like regime? Should that be a prereq?
It's a pretty fair question. Yeah.
Well, if we're saying that we want broker-dealers to trade, to facilitate trading of crypto for investors, then FINRA is our SRO. That's how it is. I mean, I don't know if you want to go down the road of shaking all that up as well.
I mean, I asked the question.
Yeah.
I think I do.
I tell you what, I don't think we need. We don't need a new, separate, different SRO. That'd be a terrible idea.
I mean, we have the SEC.
Merge the SEC, exactly. CFTC, and FINRA. Then is that what?
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. So maybe we merge FINRA and the SEC and the CFTC. There we go. We got it right. We're done here.
It strikes me that there probably isn't a way in which you could say we're given the structure that we've proposed, where the brokerage function of being custodially in charge of clients' assets is merged together with the matching of buying and selling, that there isn't a way to do that without that first part being a broker-dealer, because you are holding customers' assets, and that feels like an important first principle. I don't know that there's a way, unless you're totally just saying in a DeFi-like capacity, you're a platform in your technology and it's self-custodial. There, I think it's completely different. It's not a broker-dealer, and I think it's peer-to-peer and so forth. But if we're custodially in charge of holding clients' assets, I think that's a broker-dealer.
Catherine, any thoughts?
I agree, you're not a broker-dealer if you're not custodying assets. Was that the question?
Something like that, yeah. Any other thoughts?
I guess to take it a step back, I was pondering the debate about an exchange or an ATS, but reminded of one of the starting points, which is that we're talking about crypto securities trading, and that is still a very narrow set of the broader category of crypto trading and all of the types of digital assets that there are. And we've identified throughout our discussion today the need for lack of a better term, side-by-side trading. I'm not sure what the right terminology that we've settled on is. But does the rigidity of an exchange model fit more in a universe in which the vast majority of assets or transactions would be viewed as securities, which I don't think is the case for crypto trading generally. So the last half of that hypothesizing is more my view, but the first is truly an open question. If we're thinking about the right structure for crypto securities trading, how does it solve for the other questions that we've raised of side-by-side across asset classes, trading a global regulatory regime where there isn't necessarily the same type of securities or commodities distinctions, and 24/7 trading and trading that will happen, crypto trading that will happen elsewhere in other parts of the world, regardless of how we structure it. So how does that fit into our choices of structure?
Yeah, well, as you mentioned, 24/7 trading, and Austin, you've mentioned the global nature of trading in this space. And, you know, John, you work at a global SRO operator, right? Exchange operator. How should the SEC be looking at its role, recognizing that trading is essentially 24/7 in this space, that there are regulators, even in our own country, who have a head start on the SEC, one right across town. There are many states that are already ahead of the SEC in terms of their thinking and what they've been doing, and certainly global regulators. So how does it affect your view on these issues and how it should influence the SECs at the same time?
I mean, I think it's unquestionable that the demand is there. I think there's, to me, this is just an interesting question too. You take the world of NMS securities, right? There's many of them. Now, if you look at even the existing 16 hours, 5 days a week that the equities market trades, you have some ATSs that kind of fill in that 8-hour gap. The breadth of names obviously is a lot less than you have during the regular session. But even then, they're not, to use your oranges analogy before, I think we're sort of comparing apples and oranges in that, the market that, likely comes to mind for most people when they think about 24/7 trading of crypto is Bitcoin, Ethereum, right? The most liquid and largest of the crypto assets. And a lot of that is just driven by the ability to settle it, again, atomically on chain. And, I think that's an open question, right? Like where that fits in, how that fits in, what's the use case for that, and why, what's the problem people want to solve with it, I think is a good one. Perhaps that's one, right? Trading on weekends, if that's ever a thing. I think outside of crypto, though, right, and the most liquid crypto assets, there aren't a lot of markets that trade, on weekends and holidays, and I think they're different, right? They're, as Austin pointed out before, right? Bitcoin is like it's a global thing, right? You have a U.S. company. How do you handle holiday? I mean, there's lots of nuance, and the assets themselves are different. So I think it's there. I mean, my view is it's likely to be in the 23.5 range, right? Looking more like futures, at some point next year, with all the plumbing in place to help drive it, which will be a good thing. But I think it'll be interesting to see how broad the participation is, because I think one of the things that makes equities what it is is, we welcome in the broadest possible base of participants, right? You have retail trading with retail on exchange. You have market makers trading with market makers, principally, the agency firms and institutions trading with each other. So I think the more vibrant that is, the better the market is.
So next month, we have a CFTC regulated DCM, an FCM that we are making 24/7, I think for the first time in the futures world. And there were no shortage of issues navigating, having other FCMs and other participants come along. But the support has been enormous from the entire community. And in the case of, to your point, Bitcoin and others, it is not a great experience on a Saturday or Sunday to be long a future. And so I know that's different than securities, but I think that we sort of navigated bringing sort of TradFi and all of the participants and systems and clearing and so forth along with, and it's we're quite excited about it. Thank you.
Yeah, to just chime in, a couple of different thoughts. I think one is in relation to just like what I think we're trying to solve within this space. I've heard Raghu, our CEO, like use the analogy of like, what if, why are we okay with like Google and Amazon, like, or if Google or Amazon didn't work on nights or weekends, like, would you ever use those applications, right? And I think the interesting thing is, like, if I think even recently, a few days ago, I was literally just trying to move money from a bank to a bank, and I would doing it after work, and I was like, okay, well, like, this is not a great customer experience. And I think a lot of that is, kind of what we're trying to solve with crypto and tokenization here. And so I think from my perspective, for tokenization to be successful, you need to be able to operate 24/7, 365. I don't really think that there's a path where tokenization will work, and that won't be the case. And I'm sure there's a lot of components. I mean, we've talked about from a SEC licensing structure today, broker-dealers, ATSs, exchanges, et cetera. And I think there's a lot of components underneath those, whether those are circuit breakers or otherwise, that just the market timing hours are going to be influenced, right? And then we need to dive deeper and really understand. And lastly, what I would say is, I think we've seen the benefits of this in our own business, just in our derivatives business itself too. We operate as a CFTC regulated swaps dealer entity. We have a large options business, both in the US and globally. And you see a significant amount of activity that happens over weekends. I think especially this year, right? If you think about all the different big news events and macroeconomic shocks that have happened over that time period. And I think the activity that you also see is people hedging their BTC ETF exposure through derivatives because they cannot get on and sell that asset, right? And so I think that it will create more efficient and effective markets over time. And I think there's already demonstrations of that working at a federally regulated level today.
The point Austin made me think, there's a difference between an individual company share and, a broad-based index, something like, an ETF like SPY or, even some of the levered ETFs that have evolved around these indices. And those are the types of products that, yes, technically they're securities. That's a different, in my mind, that's a different exercise. And it's an easier instrument. Like the less instruments you have, the easier it is to sort of coalesce liquidity around it. And so I think the thing with individual companies that I think time will tell is like, as you go further out that curve, how vibrant is that market in terms of the participation level? And I think, that's something that, at least when we think about it from the issuer perspective, we want to try to make that as broad as possible.
Let's change gears for a sec. So one of the bright spots from the SEC's regulation of this area has been the approval of listing and trading of crypto ETPs, right? As some of those ETPs seek to get approval for, in-kind creates and redeems and maybe even staking, how do you see that affecting trading in the space? And, is there anything you can see that the SEC could do to make that more viable for the market?
We would very much support, the allowing of in-kind creations and redemptions, and in fact, the plumbing for that was put in place very early on. And I think having both options for issuers and for APs and investors will make for, lower costs, lower frictional costs, a better experience. And there really isn't any, in our estimation, good reason to not allow for the in-kind, the in-kind method. On the staking point, we're quite excited about the potential, and again, supporting our issuers. This is really them driving it and us supporting them from a custody perspective. And think there are ways just with staking as it is today, before we even get to the world of liquid staking tokens and all the things that will allow for an even more sort of fulsome getting to 100% of the fund staked in that world. But even before that, just with staking as it is, our research would suggest that a good proportion of a fund could be staked, leaving plenty of buffer for sort of redemptions as they've happened. And that's looking not just at crypto, but in the past at other similar assets in terms of redemption size relative to fund size, et cetera. And so we think upwards, our research would suggest upwards of 80+% of the assets could be staked and still provide the necessary liquidity in the case of a redemption. And we've provided that research both to our issuers and to regulators as well.
Okay. Agree on the staking point. I think it's solvable is probably the easiest way to say it. Issuers are willing to work with the SEC to solve it, appreciating this difference between Ethereum, Solana, and other protocols, and how long something has to be put out there to basically be a part of the staking process. I think the create redeem one's a really good example of like if the SEC can get comfortable with an AP handling Bitcoin or Ethereum to facilitate a create redeem, that might not. I mean, this is something you should get broader feedback on. That might not be enough, right? You might find some firms that are very active, and I mentioned this before, that AP LP space is really important to understand, right? The AP is the authorized participant. It's able to facilitate the create redeem. The LPs are kind of oftentimes the same firm, right? One's in a BD, one's operating the LP trade in crypto markets out of an unregulated entity or an offshore entity. And I think without thinking about, okay, how can those firms bring that together, right? Bring it together in a way where things are more efficient from a collateral perspective. Things are more efficient in terms of how they structure those entities. Like, it's not just about the BD and the create redeem. I think you should think about the entire vertical of or stack of SEC entities that are regulated, and again, understand what the objective is, and get sort of broad feedback about how would market participants actually utilize that? How would that improve outcomes for investors? And the ETF thing, I think more broadly, it was a long road, right? And I think I'm sure those of us that are here, and I'm sure the task force would agree, it would have been better in hindsight if that would have gotten approved faster. It's been a good thing for, I think, all of the counterparties involved, in the sense that you have this emerging asset like Bitcoin. I'll use that as an example. It had found its way into the world of the CFTC, and it had vibrant futures markets, vibrant options on futures. It took some time to get into the ETF market, but I think looking back, that's yet another success story for the ETF as a wrapper for a variety of different assets that don't fit into the typical mold of what trades on a exchange. And I think we still have some ways to make that more efficient, right? You can have options on an ETF. You can't have a cash settled option on like a commodity based index. Like, there are some areas where we can do a better job of putting the patchwork together. And I think those are some things that, to Austin's point earlier, do force meaningful trades that market participants want for real reasons offshore. And I think those are things that, we should all be mindful of. But the ETF story is a good story. And I think the more clarity the commission can bring in terms of generic ETF listing standards, that's only going to help the industry move quicker.
pretty darn close to the end of the day. Maybe I'll toss it up to a round robin. Everybody can kind of get a closing remark, and keep in mind we're in the session trying to offer up ways in which the commission can move the figurative ball forward. So Dave, maybe I'll start with you.
Yeah, first of all, just thank you to everyone. Really enjoyed this. I thought it was a great discussion. I hope it was helpful and interesting. I think that it seems to me like some themes really emerged. A big part of that is getting more regulatory clarity around what traditional finance firms should be allowed to do, maybe guidance on expanding what they're allowed to do. I think there are a lot of interesting questions about where should things live in terms of the debate about national securities exchanges versus ATSs, and can we foster an environment in which both have a role to play? Can we try to pull more of this trading into the U.S. and into the regulated environment in a way that doesn't impact and stamp down innovation? I think there are ways to do all of these things, and I think there are some, clear steps the SEC can take. I know for me, like I've said before, absent the SEC and CFTC merging, it doesn't mean that there can't be a really strong, close working relationship and an attempt to figure out how to learn and analyze more about these markets and to start to think about what market surveillance might look like if there is this sort of regulated trading environment for digital asset securities. And as I think even just the ETF conversation illustrated, this need to let firms become more flexible in terms of the assets that they can custody and the assets that they can trade and places that they have to trade those. And if we can start to bring those together and certainly focus on the right kinds of disclosures to reduce or eliminate conflicts of interest, highlight areas, we were talking about before, where we have traditional disclosures in the space for execution quality and broker order routing. Those kinds of things can translate directly into this space as well. And so more disclosure and simpler rules and maybe some guidance on some of these issues, I think there's a real great path forward.
Great. Yeah, I'll just summarize a couple of the points I think we've already hit on today. I think from my perspective, and we talked about this, I think both directly and implicitly throughout the conversation, I think most people are expecting Congress to come up with the rules between securities, commodities, et cetera. I think that is, ingrained in a lot of the conversation we've had today. But for whatever reason that does not happen, I think it's an important conversation for the SEC and CFTC to be engaged in. I think that looking at how non-security and so commodity tokens can intersect with broker-dealers and other SEC-regulated entities is an important exercise, and I think that can, further U.S. competition here. We talked, I've brought up offshore and outside of the U.S. markets a decent amount here today. I do think that it would make sense for the Commission to look at whether there are potential avenues of reciprocity with some regions. And specifically what brokers' role would be within that to basically access liquidity on behalf of institutional customers in those regions. And then the last thing I would say is just looking at a consolidation of regulators within the United States itself to make sure that we can be most competitive on a go-forward basis at a global scale.
I have a lot of similar things on my wish list. But I would just say at the very top of it, just how important and welcome the engagement and the engagement of the Crypto Task Force and just engagement with industry, and this dialogue in particular is just sort of critically important. So at the top of my list is a continuation of exactly this kind of forum and the sort of meetings that we've had and are really advancing the state of things tremendously, and so that's greatly appreciated. On the, after that, I would say the more specific rules around reforming the special purpose broker-dealer and which would allow for the creation of an ATS with the not just side-by-side, but if integrated, I don't know. I also don't know the right word for what we're asking for exactly, but it's not the two things on the shelf next to each other. It's being able to trade them side-by-side, which is what I think the customer is going to expect as a user experience. And so really sitting and thinking about that and understanding how the rules would need to conform to allow for that, and the necessary exemptions that would come with respect to things like the order protection rule and things like that would be critically important. And then sort of lastly, I think the ability in the case, as Richard said a few times, about from a transfer agency perspective, really starting to think about using the chain as the source of truth from a record holder perspective. Those are some sort of nearer term things I think that are achievable and would help us get to a place where we can start really experimenting with the true power of what this could enable, and I think really set the United States up to the point that was made a few times, which I think is absolutely right. The United States should be the place where this innovation is happening, and I think this would get us to the starting line in that conversation.
Well, I'll echo the thanks for being here today. I think that this is the kind of conversation that the industry has been hoping to participate in, especially in this building for years, and it's a real joy and privilege to be here in such a collaborative and non-adversarial way. So I'm very grateful for that, and I've really enjoyed the discussion with all the other panelists. I would say one topic and then one big picture thought. One topic I'm not sure that we fully dove into because it's a little beyond just crypto trading, but it is relevant, is that more record keeping and transparency and those tools or those needs can be served by the blockchain today in ways we couldn't have imagined before blockchain technology. And I think that will be increasingly true as blockchains continue to develop. So I do think that for any regulator looking at markets, we should be embracing the future of blockchain technology generally as a tool for those markets. And maybe in particular, I'm certainly not the first one to say it, but I think it's true, as a check against the potential misuse of AI in future markets as well. So that is, one more granular point that I'd love to make. But as a big picture point, again, I think it's incredible that DeFi has a seat at this table, and I'm grateful for that. DeFi is valuable technology that can and will shape our global markets for the better if we let it, and so we should embrace it. Self-custody technology is one of the most important financial tools that we can give to everyday people as a check on the risk of the traditional finance system. And so I urge the Commission and all regulators to embrace the development of responsible self-custodial technology. Thank you.
Great, thank you. It's been such a great conversation. I think I'm pleasantly surprised by the level of agreement that we have here. Despite a number of diverse opinions, what I've certainly been hearing is, there's a clear role for broker-dealer and ATS model to be able to leverage existing structures to protect investors and provide safe pathways to crypto trading. I think we had a lot of agreement around registration as well, and a path forward for that through something like a 15C to 11 type structure. Token taxonomy, let's get that straightened out. That seems like kind of an easy one to fix early on, maybe. We've been talking about it for a while. Custody as well. Greg's mentioned the special purpose broker-dealer quite a bit, and you are a qualified custodian already, and in the ATS world, we look to, the term is a good control location, so I think that's what we're probably trying to integrate there. We may be able, maybe it's the SPBD, or maybe we can leverage some of these existing structures that have been around already, like Anchorage or the state trust entities. One thing we didn't really talk about today yet is a sandbox. Maybe that's the way forward for some of these things. I'd certainly like to be able to see us, maybe that's the easy on-ramp is through kind of a SEC oversight of a sandbox. I'd love to see the blockchain as the official record of ownership. I'd love to see smart contracts being used for settlement, actually doing atomic swaps. I think a path forward for that is kind of taking this transfer agent role. And, people are saying, oh, there's no, you don't need, with a blockchain, you don't need transfer agents. But maybe that's what a transfer agent becomes, like a fully on-chain. Maybe the transfer agent should have, which is a regulated entity, should have some oversight over the smart contracts. And there's some things we didn't touch on. Maybe Catherine wants to keep these out of the sandbox, but things like a DEX or an AMM, is there a way to do that in compliance with Reg ATS? And the side-by-side pairs trading, trading Bitcoin against Tesla or something like that. I think these are kind of all interesting topics that we could be done safely in a sandbox. I think we'd learn a lot, and I think we'd move the space forward.
Just a couple things to close for me. I'll echo everyone's sort of encouragement or plea for continued CFTC SEC collaboration. I think, as a CFTC alumna, whether or not we merge the agencies, I do think, sort of the CFTC's principles-based approach, to regulation, I think is something that, I think is beneficial for crypto and beneficial for innovation in general. I think it offers flexibility, sort of a less prescriptive approach to regulation, I think is important. So I think, whichever regulator has sort of jurisdiction, if there is legislation or what have you, I think sort of having that principles-based approach in mind, I think can be helpful. And then just on the topic of legislation, I think, I think there's just already been so much that's come out of the task force and out of the commission just in the past few months that I think has been helpful. I would just say, I wouldn't wait for legislation. I wouldn't assume legislation will. I think certainly we're optimistic that it will happen, but it's not 100%. Everyone in this room knows probably better than I do. Like not 100% certain until it's enacted. So, if I just to the task force, I just want to commend you all on your great work and say, I wouldn't sort of put a pause on regulatory clarity while you wait for legislation. So, I know we've all talked a lot about legislation today, and it seems like we're all pretty optimistic, but. That's just my thought. And then, I also just want to echo everyone else's thanks for having us and for, just the openness to the dialogue. I think it is really refreshing to be here in just such a collaborative environment, sort of, a complete 180 from the way things, were just a few months ago. So really appreciate that. Thank you all.
I got 2 minutes. I'll be
One.
quicker. One? All right, one. No, I want to say, I think the innovation that's gone on in the crypto industry for the last 10 plus years is, there's some remarkable technologies in it that I think have potentially transformative impacts on various areas of the, sort of more established securities world, even beyond U.S. equities. I do think the thought I want to leave everyone with is, I talked about a little bit in my opening remarks, the seat I sit in and, my peers in the industry and the industry members and many of the people that work here at the SEC have worked long and hard to make our markets, our U.S. equity markets, the envy of the world. And I think that should mean something to all of us. And, the thing I'm mindful of, I think that there's a lot of areas where we can improve outcomes with these technologies, with these approaches. We also need to be very careful we don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. And I say that because, there are many, many, many things that are imperfect with the current equity market structure. I did not participate in this conversation. I enjoyed listening to my fellow panelists talk about it. I'm not saying, there's nothing to change, but that is my one ask, is be very careful with that. And I think if you compare it to other securities markets, there are reasons why it is as resilient as it is as trusted as it is, and it is as liquid as it is. So I just ask that you treat it with care.
That was like 140, but I'll give it to you. If folks could just hang around for 1 minute, I would echo the gratitude. I really feel grateful myself to be a part of this conversation, especially with this great panel, and really applaud the Commission, Commissioner Peirce, Richard, and the rest of the task force for everything they've done, also under Chairman Ueda's leadership. And I think this has been a great day. So thanks, everybody. Also, everyone who stuck around. Thank you.